Hey, I'm really glad you found your way here. This channel is still new, and every single listener means more to me than I can explain. Your support is what allows me to keep sharing the stories I genuinely love. This video was made to help you slow down, relax, and fall asleep comfortably. No rush, no pressure, just a quiet place to rest your mind. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, feel free to like and subscribe, but only if it truly feels right to you. I also love knowing where the night has carried you from, so leave a comment with where you're listening from and the time it is for you right now. It's a small thing, but it makes this feel less lonely and more connected. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, and let the world fade out for a while. Let's drift into tonight's stories together. Story 1. The Concrete That Never Cures. I am writing this on a stack of napkins in a 24-hour laundromat in Idaho. I don't have a phone. I smashed my laptop with a tire iron 3 days ago because the cooling fan started to sound like a whisper. I am surrounded by the sound of tumbling clothes and rushing water, and it is the only thing keeping me from screaming. The white noise helps. It drowns out the settling of the building's foundation. If you are a structural engineer, a night watchman, or just a desperate person looking for quick cash on the deep web job boards, listen to me. If you see a listing for a structural monitor at the Black River Hydroelectric Project, specifically for Sector 9, do not apply. I don't care if they offer you 6 figures for a 3-month contract. I don't care if they promise to pay off your student loans in a lump sum. Do not go into the concrete. My name is Arthur. I was 30 years old, a failed architect working as a security guard at a mall, living in a studio apartment that smelled like cat piss and regret. I was drowning in debt. When I found a listing, it seemed like a lifeline. It was vague, listed under a shell company called Apex Geotechnical. Urgent. Site monitor needed for dormant infrastructure project. Remote location. 12-hour shifts. Monitoring hydration levels in load-bearing concrete. $5,000 weekly. Non-disclosure agreement required. I applied. I got a call 2 hours later. The interviewer, a man named Mr. Vance, didn't ask about my security experience. He asked about my psychological history. Do you have a history of claustrophobia? No. Do you talk to yourself? No. Are you comfortable in total silence for extended periods? I prefer it, I lied. I signed the contract. 2 days later, I was on a bus heading deep into the Cascade Mountains to a place where the roads turned from asphalt to gravel, and then from gravel to mud. The site was a monster. It was an unfinished hydroelectric dam, a massive, curved wall of gray concrete wedged between 2 jagged mountain peaks. It looked like a tombstone for a giant. Construction had stopped in the 1990s due to funding issues, but Vance told me they were preparing to restart. They needed someone to make sure the core integrity hadn't degraded. There was a small portable building at the base of the dam. That was my home. My only contact was a voice on a shortwave radio, a supervisor named Miller, who sat in a warm office 50 miles away. Your job is simple, Art, Miller's voice crackled on the first night. Take the freight elevator to the inspection tunnels. Walk the length. Check the digital hygrometers embedded in the walls. They measure moisture content. If the number is above 15%, you log it. If it's above 20%, you radio me immediately. If it's below 5%, you log it. That's it. Why would the moisture vary? I asked. This concrete was poured 30 years ago. It should be cured by now. There was a pause on the radio, a long, static-filled silence. Just read the numbers, Art, and stay out of the unlit zones. The wiring is old. I geared up, hard hat, high visibility vest, steel-toed boots, and a heavy-duty flashlight. I took the service elevator down. It was a cage, rattling and screeching as it descended into the body of the dam. The air got colder, heavier. It smelled of wet limestone dust and something metallic, like the taste of blood in your mouth. The inspection tunnels were endless. Long, cylindrical corridors drilled right through the solid concrete. The only light came from the string of dim yellow bulbs overhead. I started my rounds. The first week was mind-numbing. I walked miles of concrete. I checked hundreds of little digital displays, 12%, 12%, 11%, 13%. It was boring. But the silence was heavy. In the dam, there was no wind, no animals, no traffic. Just the hum of the bulbs and the sound of my own breathing. But sometimes, if I stopped walking, I could hear the dam settling, crack, pop, groan. It sounded like the mountain was trying to crush the intruder in its gut. On the 9th night, the numbers changed. I was in Sector 4, a deep section near the base of the dam. The air was humid here. My flashlight beam cut through a thin mist. I checked a hygrometer. Moisture, 45%. I frowned. That wasn't possible. Concrete doesn't just gain moisture unless there's a leak. I tapped the gauge. Moisture, 48%. It was rising. I grabbed the radio. Miller, I got a reading in Sector 4. It's nearly 50%. Is there a breach in the outer wall? Are we taking on water? Static. Then Miller's voice sounded tight. No breach. The reservoir is empty, Art. There's no water on the other side. Then where is the moisture coming from? It's internal sweating, Miller said. Just log it. Do not touch the wall. I hung up the radio. I looked at the wall. It was sweating. Dark patches were forming on the gray surface, but it wasn't water. It was thick, viscous. It looked like gray slime. It oozed out of the microscopic pores of the concrete. I stepped closer. The smell was overpowering. It didn't smell like water. It smelled like raw meat. It smelled like a slaughterhouse. I reached out to touch it, then remembered Miller's warning. I pulled my hand back. As I stared at the dark stain, it moved. It didn't drip down. It pulsed. The stain expanded and contracted like a lung taking a breath. I backed away. Okay, I whispered. Chemical reaction. Old sealant breaking down. I finished my rounds and got the hell out of there. But the next night, it got worse. I was in the elevator, heading down to Sector 6. The cage rattled and shook. Then, halfway down, it stopped. The lights in the elevator died. I was hanging in the pitch black, suspended in a shaft 100 feet underground. Miller, I yelled into the radio. Power's out in the lift. No answer, just a rhythmic clicking sound on the frequency. Click, click, click. I pulled out my flashlight and shined it through the mesh floor of the cage. Below me, the shaft went down into darkness. But something was moving down there. I saw pale shapes. They looked like people, naked gray people, climbing up the structural beams of the shaft. They moved silently, fluidly, like they didn't have bones. I rubbed my eyes. Hallucinations, I muttered. Sensory deprivation. The lights flickered back on. The elevator jerked and continued down. When the doors opened at Sector 6, the hallway was different. The yellow bulbs were buzzing angrily, And the walls were wrong. The concrete wasn't flat anymore. It was bulging. Every 10 feet, there was a lump in the wall, roughly the size of a person. It looked like someone had been wrapped in a sheet and then plastered over. I walked past them, my heart hammering against my ribs. I stopped at a hygrometer. Moisture, 85%. The concrete here was soft. I could see my boot prints sinking slightly into the floor. The concrete hadn't cured. It was reverting to sludge. I walked up to one of the bulges in the wall. The sweat was pouring off it now. I shined my light on the center of the lump. There was a face. It was faint, pressed against the surface from the inside, like a face pressing against a latex sheet. I could see the outline of a nose, a mouth, closed eyes. I stumbled back, dropping my clipboard. The mouth on the wall opened. It didn't tear. The concrete just stretched. A hole formed. A sound came out. It wasn't a voice. It was the sound of grinding stones. Dry, the wall groaned. So, dry. I grabbed my radio. Miller, there are people in the walls. There are bodies in the concrete. Miller's voice came back instantly, screaming, "Get out of Sector 6, Art! Get to the stairs. Do not listen to them. They are just aggregate." "Aggregate?" I yelled. "They're talking to me." "They are part of the mix," Miller shouted. "They are the structural integrity. If you disturb them, the dam fails." I ran. I sprinted down the corridor. The floor was getting softer. It felt like running in mud. My boots sucked and squelched with every step. The bulges in the walls were writhing now. Hands pushed out against the surface, stretching the gray matter, fingers elongated, grasping at the air. "Fluid!" a chorus of grinding voices whispered. "We need fluid!" I reached the stairwell door. I grabbed the handle. It was stuck. The concrete frame had shifted, pinching the door shut. I slammed my shoulder against it. Thud! It didn't budge. I looked back. The walls were melting. The concrete was flowing like lava, sliding down to the floor, forming a wave of gray sludge. And in the sludge, the figures were rising. They were half-formed, men and women made of wet cement. Their features were blurred, their limbs thick and heavy. They pulled themselves out of the walls with a wet sucking sound. One of them lunged at me. It grabbed my leg. Its hand was cold and heavy. It burned. Chemical burn. The lime in the cement was eating my pants. I kicked it in the face. My boot went right through its head with a splat. The head dissolved into slurry, but the hand held on. I grabbed the fire extinguisher from the wall bracket. I smashed the handle of the door once, twice. The latch broke. I fell into the stairwell. I slammed the door shut and wedged the extinguisher under the handle. I could hear them slamming against the door from the other side. Thud, splat, thud. I ran up the stairs. It was 40 flights to the surface. My lungs burned. My legs screamed. At flight 20, I stopped to breathe. I looked at the wall of the stairwell. There was a crack running through it. And inside the crack I saw an eye. A real human eye. Blue. Bloodshot. It was looking at me. It was embedded deep in the stone. It blinked. "Arthur," a voice whispered from the crack. "Don't leave us. We are the Foundation." I screamed and kept running. I burst out of the access door at the top of the dam. The night air hit me. It was raining. I ran to my portable cabin. I grabbed my car keys. I grabbed my bag. My radio crackled on the desk. "Art!" Miller's voice was calm now, terrifyingly calm. "You can't leave. You've been exposed." "Exposed to what?" I screamed, fumbling with the keys. "The mix. Miller said. "It's biological concrete art. It's an experiment. Self-healing structures. But it needs biomass to cure. It needs calcium. It needs bone. We ran out of volunteers years ago." "You're sick," I yelled. "Check your leg, Art," Miller whispered. I looked down at my leg, where the concrete thing had grabbed me. My jeans were dissolved. The skin underneath was gray. It wasn't paint. My skin was turning to stone. It was hard, rough to the touch. I couldn't feel my ankle. "It spreads," Miller said. "You're already part of the dam. Come back to the tunnels. Find a spot in the wall. It's peaceful. You'll be strong. You'll hold back the mountain." I threw the radio against the wall. It shattered. I ran to my car. I drove down the mountain road like a maniac. I felt my leg getting heavier, stiffer. I had to use my hand to lift my leg to work the clutch. I drove until I hit a town. I went to the ER. I told them I spilled industrial epoxy on my leg. They tried to scrub it off. They couldn't. The doctor touched my skin. He tapped it. It made a clink sound like ceramic. "We need to amputate," he said. "The tissue is necrotic. It's calcifying." I didn't wait for the surgery. I knew if they put me under, I wouldn't wake up. Miller would come for me, or the concrete would take the rest of me. I ran out of the hospital. That was 3 days ago. I am in this laundromat because the heat from the dryers helps. It keeps the gray patch on my leg from spreading fast. Cold makes it harden. Heat keeps it somewhat pliable. But it's spreading. It's up to my knee now. My toes are fused together. I can't move my foot. And the worst part isn't the physical change. It's the sound. I can hear the building I am in. I can hear the concrete floor of the laundromat. It's whispering to me, "Brother," the floor groans, "join us. Be stable. Be still." I can hear the walls of the strip mall. I can hear the sidewalk outside. Every piece of concrete in the world is alive. It's all connected. It's all part of the same silent suffering network. Every building you walk into is a tomb. Every sidewalk you step on is a graveyard of trapped souls screaming in slow motion. I am going to keep moving. I am going to find a cabin in the woods. Wood. I need wood. No stone, no cement. But I am typing this because I know I won't make it. My fingers are getting stiff. My skin is turning gray. If you see a new retaining wall being built, if you see a dam, if you see a fresh sidewalk being poured, don't step in the wet cement. It's not just drying, it's feeding. And if you stand still too long, it will grab you. Miller was right about one thing. The dam is strong. I can feel its weight in my mind. I can feel the mountain pushing against me. I am becoming heavy. I am becoming structural. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one, the night shift. I am writing this down because I need someone to believe me, even if I never go back to that place again. I was broke. That is the only reason anyone takes the graveyard shift at a place like ironclad self-storage. I was 23, living in a basement apartment that smelled like mold, and I had exactly $12 in my bank account. When I saw the ad online, Night Watchman, immediate start, cash pay, I didn't ask questions. I didn't ask why the last guy quit. I didn't ask why the pay was so high for sitting in a chair. The facility was located at the edge of town, where the paved roads turned into gravel and the streetlights stopped working. It was huge. Imagine a city made of metal. There were hundreds of shipping containers arranged in long, straight rows. Some were new and blue, others were old, rusted and brown. They were stacked too high, creating narrow alleys that felt like tunnels. My station was a small white shack at the main gate. It was basically a tin can with a window. Inside, there was a desk, a rolling chair with a broken wheel, a coffee maker that burned everything, and a bank of 6 security monitors. "It's easy," the manager, Mr. Garrick, told me on my first night. He was a sweaty man who wouldn't look me in the eye. "Do your rounds every 2 hours. Shine your light down the rows. Check the locks. If you see kids, call the cops. If you see anything else, just stay in the booth and lock the door." "What do you mean, anything else?" I asked. He didn't answer. He just handed me a heavy ring of keys and walked to his truck. "Don't fall asleep, kid," he said, and then he was gone. The first week was boring. It was so quiet out there. The only sound was the wind humming through the gaps between the containers. It made a low, mournful, whistling sound, like someone blowing over the top of a glass bottle. But on the second Tuesday, the weirdness began. I was doing my 2 a.m. round. I was walking down row C. The gravel crunched loudly under my heavy boots. I was shining my flashlight on the padlocks, checking to make sure they were secure. Then I heard a radio. It was faint. It sounded like static mixed with a voice. It was coming from inside a container halfway down the row, Unit C-14. I stopped. I put my ear against the cold corrugated metal. "Help! Please! Cold!" It was a woman's voice. She sounded terrified. "Hello?" I yelled, banging on the door with my fist. "Is someone in there?" The voice stopped immediately. I grabbed my radio to call the police, but then I looked at the lock on the door. It was rusted solid. A thick layer of orange rust covered the latch. There were spider webs connecting the lock to the door handle, thick, dusty webs that had not been broken in years. Nobody had opened that door in a long time. "Hello?" I called again. Silence. I told myself it was just interference. Maybe a truck driver on the highway nearby using a CB radio, and the metal container picked up the signal. I walked back to the booth, but I kept looking over my shoulder. The next night, the weather turned bad. A heavy storm rolled in from the coast. The rain didn't just fall, it hammered down. It sounded like thousands of rocks hitting the metal roofs of the containers. The noise was deafening. I was sitting in the booth, watching the monitors. The rain made the cameras blurry. The black and white screens were just gray static and dark shapes. Then the phone in the booth rang. I jumped. I stared at it. It was an old landline phone. Nobody called the booth. I picked it up. "Ironclad storage. This is Evans." "Open the gate," a voice said. It was my voice. I almost dropped the phone. It wasn't just similar. It was my voice. It was the same pitch, the same accent. It sounded exactly like I had sounded when I answered the phone a second ago. "Who is this?" I asked, my hand shaking. "Who is this?" the voice on the phone repeated. But it didn't say it like a question. It said it like a recording. "Stop it," I said. "This isn't funny." "Stop it," the voice said. Then it laughed. A dry, glitchy laugh. "Open the gate, Evans. I want to come in." I slammed the phone down. I looked at the gate monitor. The front gate was closed. The road outside was empty. There was no car, no person, just the pouring rain. Then I saw movement on Monitor 3. Monitor 3 showed the back of the lot, the dead zone, we called it. It was where the oldest containers were kept. In the grainy footage, I saw a figure. It was tall, too tall. It looked like a person stretched out on a rack. Its arms hung down past its knees. It was standing in the middle of the aisle, facing away from the camera. It was perfectly still, letting the rain hit it. I grabbed my heavy flashlight and my baton. I didn't want to go out there, but that was my job. And if it was a prankster, I was going to kick them out. I stepped out of the booth. The wind hit me, instantly soaking my uniform. I ran toward the back of the lot. I counted the rows. A, B, C. I turned the corner into the dead zone. "Hey!" I shouted over the roar of the rain. "Get out of here! The police are on their way!" I pointed my flashlight beam down the aisle. It was empty. I walked forward, my heart hammering against my ribs. I swept the light left and right. Nothing but wet metal and puddles. Then I heard a sound from above. Clang! It was the sound of a heavy weight landing on a hollow metal roof. It came from the top of the container right next to me. Clang! Clang! Footsteps, heavy metallic footsteps running across the tops of the containers. I looked up. I flashed my light upward. For a second, the beam caught something. It was pale, white, like a maggot. It was crouching on the edge of the container roof, looking down at me. It didn't have a face. It just had a smooth surface where a face should be, but in the center there was a slit. A mouth. It opened that mouth and a sound came out. "Check the locks," it whispered. It was Mr. Garrick's voice. Perfect imitation. I didn't think. I ran. I slipped in the mud, scrambled up, and kept running. Behind me, I heard it jumping. Boom! It landed on the next container. Boom! It was getting closer. It wasn't running on the ground. It was hunting from above, leaping across the narrow alleyway like a spider. "Don't fall asleep, kid," the thing screamed from the darkness above. It was laughing now. "Don't fall asleep." I saw the light of the guard booth ahead. It looked like heaven. I sprinted the last 50 yards. I could hear the thing landing on the ground behind me now. Splash, splash. It was on my level. I threw myself at the door of the booth, ripped it open, and dove inside. I slammed it shut and locked the deadbolt. I backed away, grabbing the heavy desk and shoving it against the door. Thud! Something hit the door hard. The whole shack shook. "Open the gate," my own voice whispered from the other side of the thin door. "It's cold out here." I crawled into the corner under the desk. I covered my ears. I squeezed my eyes shut. It didn't stop. For hours it circled the booth. Sometimes it tapped on the glass window with a fingernail. Tap, tap, tap. Sometimes it banged on the roof. Sometimes it mimicked voices. My mom, my dad, Mr. Garrick. It recited conversations I had days ago. "I need this job," it whispered in my voice. "I have $12. I stayed under that desk until the sun came up. When the gray light of dawn finally filled the booth, the noises stopped. I waited another hour before I moved. I slowly pulled the desk away. I unlocked the door. The rain had stopped. The air was cold and fresh. I walked outside. The wet gravel was marked with mud. There were footprints all around the booth, but they weren't shoe prints. They looked like handprints, but with fingers that were too long and too many joints. They circled the booth over and over again. I didn't do a final round. I didn't write a report. I got in my rusted sedan and I drove away. I drove straight to Mr. Garrick's house. I knew where he lived because I had dropped off paperwork there once. I pounded on his door until he answered. He was in his bathrobe, holding a coffee. He looked at my pale face, my muddy uniform, and he knew. "I quit," I said, "and I want my pay." He didn't argue. He went inside, got his wallet, and handed me $300 cash. "Did you see it?" he asked quietly. "I saw something," I said. "What is it?" "I don't know," Garrick said. He looked tired. "It's been there since the place was built. It likes the containers. It likes the echoes. We tried to get rid of it. We brought in dogs once. The dogs, they didn't come back out of the maze." "You sent me in there knowing that?" I yelled. "I needed a guard." He shrugged. "Insurance requires it. If no one watches the monitors, we lose our license." Left him there. I took the money, and I drove 2 towns over. I rented a motel room for a week. That was 3 years ago. I have a new job now. I work in a library. It is bright, and there are always people around, and there are no metal boxes. But I am writing this because last night I was walking home. It was raining. I walked past a construction site. There was a large blue shipping container on the sidewalk, used for storing tools. As I walked past it, I heard a sound from inside. Tap, tap, tap. I stopped. I couldn't help it. I looked at the metal wall. "Check the locks," a voice whispered from inside the locked box. It was my voice. I ran the rest of the way home. I locked every door. I closed every curtain. I know now that I didn't just leave that job. I took something with me, or rather, something decided that I was more interesting than the empty rows of the storage yard. It knows where I live, and every time it rains, I'm afraid to look out my window because I know that one day I will see those long white fingers tapping on the glass asking to come in. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I rented a cheap room in an abandoned house at the edge of town. I found the listing at 2 in the morning, when everything feels reasonable and nothing feels permanent. The photos were grainy, the description short. Room for rent. Quiet. Cash preferred. The price was less than half of anything else I'd seen. The address was at the far edge of town, where the streetlights thin out and the sidewalks crack and then simply stop. I told myself the cheap rent explained everything. I told myself the pictures looked empty because the owner valued privacy. I told myself I needed a place to sleep, not a place to live. When I drove out there the next afternoon, the sky was low and gray, the kind that presses down on you like a held breath. The house sat back from the road, half hidden by trees that had grown wild and unchecked. It wasn't burned or collapsed. It wasn't obviously ruined. It was just tired. The paint had peeled in long strips, exposing older colors beneath, like layers of old skin. The windows were intact, but dark, as if the light inside had been turned off a long time ago and forgotten. A man answered the door after I knocked twice. He was thin, older than I'd expected, with a face that looked carved instead of aged. He didn't give me his name. He didn't ask for mine. He took the cash, counted it carefully, and handed me a key that felt warm, as if it had been in his pocket for a long time. "Room's upstairs," he said. "Second door on the left. Don't use the back hallway." I asked why. He looked past me down the road and said, "It doesn't go where you think." That should have been the moment I left. Instead, I nodded like I understood, like it was a joke, like everything was normal. Inside, the house smelled of dust and something faintly sweet, like old flowers pressed between the pages. The floors creaked under my shoes, not sharply, but with a long, tired groan, as if the house needed time to acknowledge each step. The air was cool, despite the broken thermostat on the wall. No pictures hung anywhere, no mirrors. The walls were bare, marked only by faint outlines where something had once been and then removed. My room was exactly what the listing promised. A bed, a dresser, a single lamp. The window faced the trees, their branches close enough to brush the glass when the wind picked up. The door locked, the walls were thin. That first night, I slept hard. The kind of sleep that comes from exhaustion and relief. I didn't dream. I didn't move. I woke up in the dark with the sense that something had changed. It took me a few seconds to realize what it was. The house was breathing, not like pipes knocking or wood settling. This was slower, a deep, rhythmic sound rising and falling as if the structure itself had lungs. I lay still, listening. With each breath, the air in my room seemed to shift just slightly, like a tide pulling back and forth. I told myself it was the wind. The trees were close. Old houses make noises. Then I heard footsteps in the hallway. They were soft, careful, bare feet by the sound of it. Someone walking slowly, stopping every few steps, then continuing. The steps reached my door and paused. I held my breath. The handle didn't move. Whoever it was stood there for a long moment, close enough that I could hear a faint, wet sound, like someone breathing through their mouth. Then the footsteps moved on, down the hall, toward the stairs. In the morning, the house was quiet and ordinary again. The breathing was gone. The air smelled like dust and nothing else. I told myself I'd imagined it. I went to work. I came back that evening with groceries and a determination not to let my nerves get the better of me. That night, the footsteps returned. This time, there were more of them. They didn't move like people going somewhere. They wandered. They doubled back. Sometimes they stopped outside my door. Sometimes they gathered near the top of the stairs, a cluster of soft sounds overlapping and separating again. I pressed my ear to the wall and heard whispering, not words, just breath shaped into something that almost meant something. A chorus of near sounds, like a language spoken underwater. On the third night, I started hearing it during the day. A faint scratching behind the walls, like fingernails dragging slowly across wood. It followed me from room to room. When I stood still, it stopped. When I moved, it resumed, keeping pace. I tried to find the landlord. His room at the end of the hall was locked. I knocked. No answer. I listened at the door and heard nothing at all, not even breathing. That night, I dreamed I was standing in the back hallway. In the dream, the hallway was longer than it should have been. The walls bowed inward, the ceiling low enough that I had to duck. Doors lined both sides, each one slightly ajar, each one breathing softly. I walked past them, drawn forward by something I couldn't see. At the end of the hallway was a door without a handle. I woke up standing in my room, my hand pressed flat against the wall, right where the scratching usually came from. The wall was warm. I pulled my hand away and stared at my palm. For a second, I could swear there was a faint pattern there, like the impression of veins that weren't mine. I stopped sleeping after that. When you don't sleep, everything stretches. Time becomes thick and sticky. Sounds get louder. Shadows feel heavier. The house took advantage of that. It started doing things when I was tired enough to doubt myself. Doors I locked would be open in the morning, Objects would be moved just slightly, never enough to be obvious, but enough that I noticed. The dresser drawer would be pulled out an inch. The lamp would be turned to face the wall. The breathing came back, stronger now. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, a slow inhalation that made the walls flex, followed by an exhale that rattled. The windows. One night, the footsteps didn't stop at my door. The handle turned slowly, carefully, as if whoever was on the other side knew exactly how much pressure to use. I watched it move, inch by inch, until the latch clicked. The door opened just a crack. I couldn't see anything in the hallway. The darkness there was deeper than the darkness in my room, a solid thing that swallowed the light. From within, it came the smell I'd noticed on my first day, stronger now. Old flowers, rot. Something lived in and wrong. A hand slid through the gap. It was pale, almost translucent. The skin stretched thin over bones that looked too long. The fingers bent the wrong way at the joints, curling inward like hooks. It rested on the doorframe, and I felt a pressure in my chest, as if something was leaning on me from the inside. Then a voice spoke from the hallway. It sounded like mine. It said my name the way I say it when I'm alone, quietly, just to hear it. I don't remember screaming. I remember the door slamming shut. I remember the lock turning. I remember sitting on the bed until morning, my back against the wall, my eyes burning. The next day, I packed my things. As I carried my bags down the stairs, I noticed something I hadn't before. The walls were marked with faint handprints, overlapping and smeared, all at about chest height. They led toward the back hallway. I stood at the entrance to it for a long time. The air there was colder. The breathing was loudest here, a deep, satisfied rhythm. The hallway was dark, but not empty. I could feel it watching me, waiting for me to understand. I left without saying goodbye. I didn't get far. Halfway down the driveway, I realized I was still holding the key. It was warm in my hand, warmer than it should have been. Without thinking, I turned around to throw it back. The house was closer than it had been before. The trees leaned inward, their branches interlaced above the roof like fingers locking together. The windows were no longer dark. They glowed faintly, each one pulsing in time with the breathing. The front door was open. I woke up in my room. My bags were unpacked, my clothes folded neatly in the dresser. The door was locked. From the hallway came the sound of footsteps moving toward me, confident now, unafraid. I understood then. The room wasn't for rent. It was a mouth, and I had finally stopped pretending I didn't know what it was hungry for. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I accepted a contract to restore a remote mountain monastery. The damage to the walls is coming from the inside. I am a master mason. It is a dying trade, I know. In a world of poured concrete, steel girders, and 3D printed prefabs, there aren't many of us left who know how to read the grain of limestone, how to mix lime mortar that can breathe with the seasons, or how to chisel a flying buttress so that it holds the weight of a roof for 1,000 years. I spent the last decade restoring Gothic revivals in New England and patching up crumbling aqueducts in Italy. I like the stone. Stone is honest. It doesn't lie to you. If it's weak, it cracks. If it's strong, it stands. Or so I thought. My business, Caldwell Restoration, was failing. The contracts were drying up, and my debts were mounting. So when the letter arrived by courier, Heavy cream paper, wax seal, the whole archaic 9 yards. I didn't throw it out. The offer was from a law firm in Zurich representing a private trust, the Order of St. Valerius. They needed a restoration specialist for a monastery located in the high Alps near the Austrian border. The pay was exorbitant, enough to clear my debts, buy a new house, and retire. The job description was vague: structural reinforcement of the primary sanctuary, repair of water damage, stabilization of the crypts. I took the job. I packed my tools, my chisels, my mallets, my pointers, and my trowels, and flew to Zurich. A helicopter took me the rest of the way. The pilot, a man named Hans who chewed unlit cigars, didn't talk much. We flew over peaks that looked like jagged teeth biting into the gray sky. The air grew thinner, the snow grew deeper. When the monastery finally came into view, my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't built on the mountain. It was carved out of it. It was a massive, brooding structure of black basalt, merging seamlessly with the cliff face. It looked less like a place of worship and more like a fortress or prison. There were no roads leading to it, just a helipad on a jutting spur of rock. "I pick you up in 3 months," Hans shouted over the rotor wash as I unloaded my crates. "Radio if you die." "If I die?" I yelled back. He didn't smile. He just banked the chopper and dropped into the valley, leaving me in a silence so profound it made my ears ring. I was met at the massive iron doors by the caretaker, Father Thomas. He was the only person there. He was a small, bird-like man in a tattered cassock, his hand shaking constantly as if vibrating with a low-voltage current. "Mr. Caldwell," he whispered, "you're here. Good. The walls are thirsty." I ignored the odd comment. Religious types often spoke in metaphors. "I'm here to work, Father. Show me the damage." He led me inside. The interior was freezing. The air smelled of incense, ozone, and something metallic like copper coins. There were no pews in the sanctuary, just a vast, empty floor of polished obsidian. The stained glass windows were blocked up with heavy stone slabs, letting in zero light. The only illumination came from flickering electric sconces spaced 50 feet apart. "The damage is in the apse," Father Thomas said, leading me toward the front of the church. "And the crypts?" We reached the main altar. Behind it, the great curved wall of the apse rose 50 feet to the vaulted ceiling. I shone my flashlight on the wall. I have seen structural damage. I have seen walls blown out by cannons, crumbled by earthquakes, and rotted by water. This was different. The stone blocks, massive 2-ton blocks of granite, were pushed outward. From the outside the wall looked solid, but here, from the inside, the blocks were bulging into the sanctuary. The mortar was pulverized, dusting the floor in white powder. "It looks like the mountain is shifting," I said, running my hand over a crack that was 3 inches wide. "Pressure from the rock face behind it." "No," Father Thomas said softly. "There is no mountain behind this wall. There is a void, the reliquary." "A void? Then what pushed the stones in?" He looked at me with watery, terrified eyes. "Nothing pushed them in, Mr. Caldwell. Something is pushing them out." He turned and walked away. "I stay in the bell tower. The rectory is yours. Do not go into the crypts after sunset, and do not listen to the choir." "What choir? You're the only one here." He didn't answer. I spent the first week setting up scaffolding. It was grueling work. The air was thin and I tired easily. I set up my lights, my mixing station, and my winch. I started examining the masonry in detail. The craftsmanship was ancient, easily 12th century. But the mortar was strange. It was pinkish. I took a sample and analyzed it under my field microscope. It wasn't lime and sand. It was lime and bone, crushed bone, and something that looked like dried blood. Binding agents, I muttered to myself. Old superstition makes the wall holy. I started removing the damaged mortar. My plan was to inject an epoxy resin to stabilize the blocks, then repoint them with a modern high-strength mix. On the fourth day, I found the first anomaly. I was 20 feet up on the scaffold, chiseling out a joint between two massive blocks. My chisel hit something soft. Usually, when you hit a void in mortar, it feels hollow. This felt squishy. I pulled the chisel out. The tip was coated in a thick black fluid. It looked like tar, but it smelled like spoiled meat. I shone my light into the crack. Deep inside the wall, in the space between the stones, something was moving. It looked like hair. Thick, black, wet strands of hair matted together, shifting sluggishly in the draft. I recoiled, nearly falling off the scaffold. Rats, I told myself, a nest. I sprayed a can of expanding foam into the crack. That'll hold you. That night, I slept in the rectory. It was a stone building adjacent to the main church. I had a small cot, a hot plate, and a bottle of whiskey. At 2 a.m. I woke up. I heard singing. It was coming from the sanctuary. It was a Gregorian chant, low, polyphonic, beautiful. A dozen male voices harmonizing in perfect Latin. Agmenus, Corpus, Dominus, Silentium. I sat up. Father Thomas must have put on a record, or maybe he had guests. I put on my boots and walked across the courtyard to the church. The snow was falling heavily, muffling my footsteps. The great iron doors were unlocked. I pushed one open, just a crack. The sanctuary was dark, save for my work lights illuminating the scaffolding in the distance. The singing was louder here. It vibrated in my chest. I looked around. Father Thomas? The church was empty. I walked toward the altar. The singing wasn't coming from speakers. It was coming from the walls. I put my ear against the cold stone of the nave. The vibration was intense. The stone was conducting the sound. It was coming from below, from the Ashar crypts. I walked to the heavy iron grate that covered the stairs to the undercroft. The sound was deafening here. It wasn't just singing anymore. It was screaming. The chant had devolved. The beautiful harmonies were breaking down into jagged, discordant shrieks that layered over each other. Let us out. The stone burns. The mortar is salt. I backed away. I ran back to the rectory and locked the door. I drank half the bottle of whiskey and passed out. The next morning, Father Thomas was waiting for me by the scaffolding. He looked even more haggard than before. "You heard it," he said. It wasn't a question. "Who is down there?" I demanded. "Is there a monk order living in the caves?" "No one lives in the caves," Thomas said. "The crypts are sealed. They have been sealed for 400 years. "Then what is that noise?" "It is the pressure," Thomas said. "Sound is energy. If you trap enough suffering in a box, it becomes a frequency. The frequency pushes against the stone. That is why the walls are bulging, Mr. Caldwell. The sound is trying to escape. That's physically impossible." "Is it? Look at your work." He pointed to the patch I had repaired yesterday, the spot where I had sprayed the foam. The foam was gone. The stone blocks I had stabilized were pushed out another inch. The mortar was wet. I climbed the scaffold. I looked at the joint. The black, taro-like substance was oozing out, and embedded in the ooze were teeth, human teeth, molars, canines, pushed out of the crack like gravel. "The wall is rejecting the repair," Thomas said from the ground. "You cannot use foam. You cannot use epoxy. You must use the old mix." "The bone mix?" "Yes, and the blood. It must be consecrated, or the wall will fall." "I'm not killing anyone to fix a wall, Father." "We have supplies," he said grimly, "in the freezer." I should have left then. I should have hiked down the mountain, but I'm stubborn, and I wanted the money, and God help me, I was fascinated. I'd decided to investigate the void behind the wall. The plans showed a reliquary, but no door access. If the pressure was coming from inside, I needed to vent it. I'm an engineer at heart. If a boiler has too much pressure, you open a valve. I took my diamond-tipped core drill. It's a massive machine used to bore holes through concrete for pipes. "I'm going to drill a relief shaft," I told Thomas, "through the center of the apse, into the void. We equalize the pressure." Thomas looked horrified. "You must not pierce the veil. If you make a hole, they will pour out." "It's just air, Father, stale air." I set up the rig. I anchored it to the floor. I aimed the drill bit, a 4-inch cylinder of industrial diamonds, at the center of the bulging wall. I turned it on. The scream of the drill was deafening, drowning out the phantom choir. The bit chewed into the granite. Dust flew. I drilled for an hour. I went 3 feet deep. Then the resistance on the drill changed. It punched through into empty space. I cut the power. Silence. Then a sound came from the hole. Ah! It was the sound of a massive inhalation, as if the room beyond had been in a vacuum for centuries and was now sucking in the air from the sanctuary. The suction was incredible. My dust sheets were ripped off the floor and sucked against the hole. The flame on Father Thomas's candle was pulled horizontal. Then it stopped, and the smell hit us. It wasn't rot. It wasn't death. It was perfume, a sickeningly sweet floral scent, lilies, roses, and ozone. "You've done it," Thomas whispered, falling to his knees. "You've given it a mouth." From the hole I had drilled, a finger emerged. It was long, pale, jointless. It wiggled, testing the air, then another finger, then a hand. The hand grasped the edge of the hole. The stone, the solid granite that had broken my drill bits, began to crumble under the grip of those pale fingers. The stone turned to gray dust, expanding the hole. I grabbed a sledgehammer. "Get back!" I swung at the hand. The hammer connected. It felt like hitting a tire. Bouncy. Resilient. The hand didn't break. It grabbed the hammerhead. I tried to pull back. I couldn't. The strength was impossible. The hand pulled. I was dragged across the scaffold. "Help me," I yelled at Thomas. Thomas was praying. He wasn't looking at me. I let go of the hammer. It disappeared into the hole. Then an eye appeared at the widened aperture. It was the size of a dinner plate. It was gold, with a pupil that was a horizontal slit like a goat's. It looked at me, and I heard the voice, not in my ears but in the center of my brain. The mason, the builder. "You have come to make us new." I scrambled down the scaffold. I hit the floor running. "We have to go." I grabbed Thomas by his collar and dragged him. "It is too late," Thomas wept. "The integrity is compromised." We ran to the heavy doors. I pushed them open. The blizzard outside had stopped, but the sky wasn't dark. It was green. an aurora swirling directly above the monastery, and standing in the snow surrounding the church were statues. The garden statues, the saints, the gargoyles I had seen on the roof. They were all standing in a semicircle facing the door. They had moved, and they were looking at us. "They are the wardens," Thomas said. "They don't keep things out. They keep things in, and now that you broke the seal, they are failing." One of the stone saints, a St. Peter holding keys, took a step forward. The sound of stone grinding on stone echoed through the valley. Crunch. His face was blank, but his stone arm raised, pointing at me. "Fix it!" the voice in my head screamed. "Seal it!" I looked back at the sanctuary. The wall was collapsing, not falling down, but dissolving. The pale, fleshy substance was pushing through, expanding like a tumor. I realized then what the monastery was. It wasn't a building. It was a sarcophagus, a shell built around something that had fallen from the sky a long time ago, something that didn't follow the laws of physics. And I had just cracked the lid. "The mortar!" I shouted at Thomas. "Where is the freezer?" We ran to the rectory basement. There was an industrial meat locker there. Inside were buckets, red buckets. I didn't ask where they came from. I grabbed two. We ran back to the church. The entity had pushed halfway into the sanctuary. It was a mass of pale, writhing limbs and golden eyes. It was singing now. The choir was coming from its many mouths. Gloria in excelsis Deo. It was mocking us. I climbed the scaffold. The creature swiped at me with a tentacle made of what looked like human intestines. I dodged. I reached the hole. The creature was squeezing through it. I needed to plug it. I poured the bucket of blood mortar into the mixing trough I had left on the platform. I grabbed my trowel. I didn't have stone blocks. I had nothing to plug the hole with. "Thomas," I yelled, "I need aggregate. I need rocks." There were no rocks on the scaffold. Thomas looked up at me. He looked at the creature. He looked at the statues closing in on the doors. "Aggregate," he whispered. He climbed the ladder. He stood next to me. "I am the keeper," he said. "I am the stone." Before I could stop him, he stepped off the platform. He didn't jump to the floor. He jumped into the hole, into the mass of writhing flesh. The creature shrieked. It recoiled. It didn't like the taste of him. For a second, it pulled back into the void. I didn't hesitate. It was instinct, masonry instinct. I shoveled the blood mortar into the hole, packing it in over Thomas's body. I packed it tight. I grabbed a loose stone block from the repair pile and slammed it into the wet mix. I channeled every ounce of strength I had. I sealed it. The screaming stopped. The singing stopped. The mortar set instantly. It hissed, turning from red to gray in seconds. I fell back onto the scaffold, gasping for air. The wall was silent. I climbed down. I walked to the doors. The statues were gone. They were back on their pedestals in the garden, back on the roof. I was alone. I spent the next 2 months finishing the job. I used the mix from the freezer. I didn't think about what it was. I just worked. I reinforced every crack. I sealed every joint. When the helicopter came back, I was 10 pounds lighter, and my hair had turned white. Hans landed the chopper. "You look like hell," he said. "Where is the priest?" "He retired," I said. "He's part of the foundation now." We flew away. I looked back at the monastery. It looked solid, impenetrable. But as we banked over the ridge, I saw something. On the roof of the church, the gargoyles. There were 12 of them when I arrived. Now there were 13. The new one was small, bird-like. It was wearing a tattered cassock carved from stone, and it was looking up at the helicopter. It was screaming, "I got paid. I retired. I live in a house made of wood now, by the sea. But sometimes, when the wind is right, I can hear it in the timber, the singing, and I know that stone doesn't last forever. Even granite erodes. Some day the mortar will crumble, and the choir will sing again." And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. My upstairs neighbor keeps dropping something heavy every night at exactly 2:47 a.m. I'm writing this at 3:15 a.m. because I just can't deal with this anymore. I need advice or validation or just to know I'm not losing my mind. I moved into my apartment in downtown Chicago 6 weeks ago. It's a vintage building from the 1920s, converted into studios and one-bedrooms. The rent is decent for the location, hardwood floors, big windows, exactly what I was looking for. I'm on the 4th floor, Unit 4B. The problem started my very first night. I was lying in bed around 2:30 a.m., almost asleep, when I heard the loudest thud I've ever heard in my life. It came from directly above me, from apartment 5B. It sounded like someone had dropped a bowling ball or a sack of concrete. The whole ceiling shook. Picture frames rattled on my walls. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, waiting to hear footsteps or voices or something that would explain what just fell. Nothing. Total silence. I checked my phone. 2:47 a.m. exactly. I figured maybe someone dropped something while moving furniture or unpacking. Annoying, but it was a one-time thing. I went back to sleep. The next night, same thing. 2:47 a.m. Thud. Same volume, same intensity. My whole apartment vibrated. This time, I got out of bed and walked around. I was trying to figure out exactly where the sound was coming from. It seemed to be right above my bedroom, which would put it in the middle of the apartment above me. I stood there for 10 minutes, listening. No other sounds. No footsteps, no voices, no TV. Nothing. The next morning, I went upstairs to talk to my neighbor. I knocked on the door of 5B. No answer. I knocked again, louder. Still nothing. I tried the building manager. Her name is Carol, and she's probably 70 years old, been managing this building for 30 years. I asked her about the tenant in 5B. "Oh, 5B is vacant," she said. "Has been for about 3 months. We're renovating it before we put it back on the market." "Are you sure? I keep hearing loud noises from up there at night." She frowned. "That's impossible. The apartment is locked. No one has access except me and the contractors, and they only come during the day." "Could you check? Maybe there's a leak or the pipes are making noise or something." She agreed to take a look. We went up together, and she unlocked the door. The apartment was completely empty. No furniture, no boxes, nothing. The floors were covered in dust. You could see our footprints in it, and there were no other footprints anywhere. No one had been in this apartment recently. Carol checked every room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, closets, all empty. She checked the pipes, the radiator, the windows. Everything looked fine. "I don't know what to tell you," she said. "There's nothing here that could make a loud noise. Maybe it's coming from a different apartment, and the sound is traveling funny through the building. Old buildings do that." That made sense, I guess. Sound can be weird in old buildings. I thanked her and went back to my apartment. That night, 2:47 a.m. Thud. I grabbed my phone and opened the recording app. I wanted to document this. The next night, same thing. I recorded it. When I played it back, you could clearly hear the thud. It was loud, deep, and it was definitely coming from above. I started keeping a log. Every single night, without fail, at exactly 2:47 a.m., the thud happened. Not 2:46, not 2:48, exactly 2:47. After a week of this, I was exhausted. I wasn't sleeping well. I'd lie awake from about 2:30 onwards, tensed up, waiting for it. Even when I tried to fall asleep earlier, I'd wake up right before it happened, like my body was anticipating it. I posted about it on Reddit, on a subreddit for apartment living. Most people said it was probably pipes, or the building settling, or maybe an animal in the walls. A few people suggested it might be a prank. Someone with access to the empty apartment messing with me. That got me thinking. I asked Carol if I could have a key to 5B just for a week so I could investigate. She was hesitant, but eventually agreed, as long as I promised not to disturb anything since they were planning to renovate. That night, at 2:45 a.m., I went upstairs with my phone and a flashlight. I unlocked the door to 5B and went inside. The apartment had the same layout as mine. Bedroom on the right, bathroom straight ahead, kitchen and living area to the left. I went to the spot directly above where I sleep, which would be the middle of the bedroom. I stood there watching the clock on my phone. 2:46, my heart was pounding. 2:47, nothing happened. I waited, still nothing, no thud, no sound at all, just silence. I walked through the entire apartment, checking every room. Nothing, no sound anywhere. Then I went back downstairs to my apartment. I lay down on my bed and checked my phone. 2:52 a.m. Had I somehow missed it? Was the sound not happening anymore? I was about to turn off my light when I heard it. Thud, right above me. I checked the time. 2:53 a.m., but I had just been up there. The apartment was silent at 2:47, so why did the thud happen at 2:53, 6 minutes later? Unless it didn't happen at the same time for everyone. The next night, I tried an experiment. I set up my phone to record in my bedroom, then went upstairs to 5B at 2:45. I recorded on my laptop up there too. At 2:47, nothing happened in 5B. I stayed until 2:55, then went back downstairs. I checked my phone recording. At 2:47, you could hear the thud, clear as day. But on the laptop recording from 5B, there was nothing. Complete silence. The sound was only happening in my apartment, or at least only I could hear it. That should have made me feel crazy, but actually it made me more convinced something was really wrong. Because my phone recordings proved the sound was real. It wasn't in my head. It was actually happening. I started researching the building's history. It was built in 1924, originally a hotel. In 1952, it was converted to apartments. I found old newspaper articles, building permits, historical society records. Then I found something interesting. An article from 1976, Tragedy at Riverside Apartments. A woman named Dorothy Kelvin had lived in apartment 5B. She was 34 years old, worked as a nurse. One night, she'd fallen in her apartment and hit her head on a corner of her dresser. She died from the head injury. Her body wasn't found for 3 days. The article said she was estimated to have died around 3 a.m. based on the coroner's report. I kept digging. I found Dorothy's obituary. There was a photo. A woman with dark curly hair smiling at the camera. She looked kind. The obituary said she was survived by her mother and a sister. I tried to find more details about how she died, but there wasn't much. Just that she'd fallen, hit her head, and died alone in her apartment. I thought about it. If she fell around 3 a.m. and I was hearing a thud at 2:47 a.m., that was 13 minutes before. Maybe the clocks were off in 1976? Or maybe I had the time wrong. I went back through all my recordings. Every single one was at 2:47 a.m. exactly. Then I had another thought. What if it wasn't when she fell? What if it was something else? I started having dreams. Weird, vivid dreams. I'd be in my apartment, but it would look different. The walls were a different color. The furniture was old-fashioned. I'd hear footsteps above me, pacing back and forth. Then a door would open, and the footsteps would come downstairs. In the dream, I'd get out of bed and walk to my door. I'd open it and look out into the hallway. There'd be a woman standing there, dark curly hair, wearing a nurse's uniform. She'd look at me and put her finger to her lips. Shh. Then I'd wake up, always at exactly 2:47 a.m., right as the thud happened. After 2 weeks of this, I was barely functioning. I was calling in, sick to work, sleeping during the day, avoiding my apartment at night. My friends were worried about me. One suggested I see a doctor, maybe get sleeping pills. I decided to try one more thing. I went to the library and looked through the archives of old newspapers on microfiche. I was searching for anything else about Dorothy Kelvin or Apartment 5B. I found something, an article from 3 weeks before Dorothy died. It was small, just a few paragraphs buried in the crime section. Police are investigating a suspicious person reported in the Riverside Apartments building. Multiple residents have reported seeing a man in the hallways late at night who does not live in the building. The man is described as tall, wearing dark clothing. Anyone with information is asked to contact police. 3 weeks later, Dorothy was dead. The police ruled it an accident. But what if it wasn't? I started thinking about the timing. 2:47 a.m., what if that wasn't when she fell? What if that was when someone broke into her apartment? I imagined the scenario, Dorothy asleep in 5B. A sound wakes her at 2:47 a.m. Heavy footsteps, someone coming into her apartment. She gets up startled. There's a confrontation. She runs, he chases, she falls or she's pushed and hits her head. The thud I was hearing wasn't her falling. It was the moment of the break-in. The moment everything went wrong. But why was I hearing it? Why was it repeating every night? I called Carol again and asked if I could see any records from 1976. Anything about Dorothy Kelvin's death or the investigation afterward. She said she didn't have anything that old, but she gave me the number of the building's owner, a property management company. I called them. The woman who answered said she'd have to check their archives. A week later, she called me back. They did have some files from 1976. She could send me copies. When the copies arrived, I went through everything. Maintenance records, tenant complaints, police reports. Most of it was routine stuff. But there was one police report from April 1976, a month after Dorothy died. A tenant in 4B, my apartment, had reported that someone had tried to break into their apartment in the middle of the night. They heard someone trying the doorknob, then footsteps running away. Police investigated, but found no signs of forced entry and no suspects. The tenant moved out 2 weeks later. I felt cold. Someone had tried to break into 4B. The same night Dorothy died, or around the same time, someone had been targeting apartments on the 4th floor. I looked at the tenant's name on the police report. Sarah Chen. I tried to find Sarah Chen. It took me days of searching, but I finally found an obituary. Sarah Chin had died in 1982, at age 56. The obituary mentioned she was survived by a daughter, Lisa Chin, living in Evanston. I found Lisa on Facebook. I sent her a message explaining who I was and why I was contacting her. I asked if her mother had ever talked about living at Riverside Apartments. She responded the next day. Yes, her mother had lived there briefly in the 1970s. She'd moved out suddenly and never wanted to talk about why. But Lisa remembered her mother having nightmares for years afterward. She'd wake up screaming about a man in the hallway, a man trying to get into the apartment. I asked if her mother had ever mentioned the woman who died upstairs. Lisa said yes. Her mother felt guilty about it. She'd heard noises from upstairs the night Dorothy died, heavy footsteps, thumping sounds, but she thought it was just Dorothy moving furniture or something. She didn't call the police or check on her. If she had, maybe Dorothy would have survived. After Dorothy's death, Sarah started hearing the sounds every night, a thud at the same time. She thought it was her imagination, guilt manifesting as auditory hallucinations, but it drove her out of the apartment. I thanked Lisa and ended the conversation. I sat in my apartment, trying to process everything. Dorothy Kelvin died in 5B in 1976. Someone had broken in or tried to break in. Maybe he killed her. Maybe she fell while trying to escape. Either way, she died. Sarah Chin, living in 4B, heard it happen. She heard the moment the intruder broke in, the heavy thud of a door being forced, or a body hitting the floor, or something else. And she did nothing. After Dorothy died, Sarah started hearing the sound every night, the same thud at the same time, a reminder of what she'd heard and ignored. Now, almost 50 years later, I was living in 4B, and I was hearing it too. But why? I didn't even know Dorothy. I had nothing to do with what happened to her. Unless that's not how it works, unless the sound isn't about guilt. It's about the space. The apartment itself holds the memory of that night, and anyone who lives in 4B hears it over and over the moment when Dorothy's life ended. I decided to test a theory. I asked Carol if anyone else had lived in 4B between 1976 and now. She pulled up the records, 4 tenants between Sarah Chin and me. None of them stayed longer than 6 months. I asked if she knew why they left. She said she didn't have details, but she remembered the last tenant before me complained about noise from upstairs. They broke their lease early. It wasn't just me. It wasn't just Sarah. Everyone who lived in 4B heard it. I had to make a decision. I could break my lease and leave like everyone else. Or I could try to do something about it. I know this sounds crazy, but I felt like I owed it to Dorothy. She died alone, possibly murdered, and no one did anything. Sarah heard it happening and didn't help. The police ruled it an accident and moved on. For almost 50 years, she's been forgotten, except for this sound, this nightly reminder that something terrible happened and no one cared enough to find out the truth. I went back to the police records. Dorothy's case was closed decades ago, but I wanted to know if there was anything else. I filed a FOIA request for any investigation records related to her death. It took 3 weeks, but I got a response. They sent me copies of the original police report, the coroner's report, and the investigation notes. The police had investigated it as a possible homicide initially. Dorothy had defensive wounds on her hands. There were signs of a struggle, But there were no witnesses, no suspects, and no forensic evidence that could prove someone else had been there. Eventually, they ruled it an accidental death due to lack of evidence. But one detective's notes stood out. He'd written, "Victim's neighbor in 4B reported hearing disturbance around 2:45, 3 a.m., but did not investigate. Could not definitively establish if disturbance was related to victim's death. No other witnesses." Sarah had told the police she heard something, but she didn't check, and the police couldn't prove it mattered. There was also a note about a suspect. Person of interest, building maintenance worker, Thomas Alvin, 28. Multiple tenants reported Alvin had made inappropriate comments to female residents. Alvin quit job 3 days after victim's death, unable to locate for interview. Thomas Alvin, a maintenance worker who had access to all the apartments, who'd been creeping out female tenants, who disappeared right after Dorothy died. I searched for Thomas Alvin. I found a record of him in the Illinois Criminal Database. He'd been arrested in 1978, 2 years after Dorothy's death, for breaking and entering. He served 3 years in prison. After that, the record went cold. I searched for obituaries, death records, anything. I finally found a death certificate. Thomas Alvin died in 2003, age 55, in Indiana. Cause of death: liver failure. He was dead. If he had killed Dorothy, he'd never been punished for it. He'd lived another 27 years and died of natural causes. I don't know what I expected to happen after I found all this out. Some kind of closure, maybe. A feeling that I'd solved a mystery. But that night, at 2:47 a.m., the thud still happened. I got out of bed and stood in the middle of my room, right under where the sound came from. I spoke out loud, feeling ridiculous, but needing to do something. "Dorothy, I know what happened to you. I know someone hurt you. I'm sorry no one helped you. I'm sorry you were alone." The thud came right on time. But this time, after it, I heard something else. Footsteps, light ones, walking across the floor above me. Then they stopped. My door was locked, but I heard my doorknob turn. Slowly, like someone was testing it, I stood frozen, staring at the door. The knob turned all the way, then released. The footsteps moved away down the hallway outside my apartment. I ran to the door and looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty, but on the floor, right in front of my door, there was something. I unlocked the door and looked. It was a small piece of paper, yellowed with age. On it, in handwriting that looked old-fashioned, were 2 words, "Thank you." I picked it up. It felt real, solid. I brought it inside and examined it. The paper was thin, fragile, like it was decades old. The ink was faded, but legible. I kept the note. I didn't know what else to do with it. That night, for the first time in 6 weeks, the thud didn't happen at 2:47 a.m. I woke up at 2:50, confused by the silence. I checked my phone. It was definitely after 2:47. The sound hadn't happened. I stayed awake until 4 a.m., waiting, but nothing. The next night, same thing. No thud. Complete silence. It's been 3 days now. The sound hasn't come back. I'm sleeping through the night for the first time since I moved in. I don't know what happened. I don't know if Dorothy somehow heard me, if acknowledging what happened to her was enough to give her peace. I don't know if ghosts are real, or if this was all some weird psychological phenomenon related to the building structure and my subconscious knowledge of its history. All I know is that it stopped. Carol called me yesterday. She said something strange happened, The contractors who were supposed to renovate 5B went in to start work, and they found something behind a loose baseboard in the bedroom, a small box, hidden there for decades. Inside the box were personal items, a bracelet, some letters, a photo, all belonging to Dorothy Kelvin. The letters were from her mother, sent right before Dorothy died. One of them mentioned that Dorothy had been scared recently, that she'd told her mother she felt like someone was watching her. Carol asked if I wanted to see the items before she turned them over to the Historical Society. I said yes. The photo showed Dorothy smiling in her nurse's uniform. On the back, in the same handwriting from the note, it said, "First day at County Hospital, 1975. It was definitely her handwriting, which means the note I found was real. Somehow, impossibly, Dorothy had left me a thank you note. I gave everything to the Historical Society, along with all the research I'd done about her death. They're going to create a small exhibit about her life. It's not much, but at least she'll be remembered for more than just how she died. Last night, I had another dream. I was in my apartment, and I heard footsteps above me, but this time they were light, peaceful. I looked up at the ceiling, and I felt calm. When I woke up, I found another note on my bedside table. Same paper, same handwriting. I can rest now. I'm not scared anymore. I don't know if Dorothy's still here or if she's moved on. But I think she knows someone finally cared about what happened to her. Someone tried to find the truth. The building manager told me yesterday that they're going to put up a small plaque in the lobby mentioning Dorothy and other long-term residents who made the building their home. It's a small gesture, but it means something. I'm staying in the apartment. I signed a lease extension. 4B doesn't scare me anymore. If anything, it feels peaceful now, like a weight has been lifted. Sometimes at night, I think I hear light footsteps above me, but they're not heavy or menacing. They're just someone walking around their home. Finally, at peace. And I sleep through the night, every night, without any interruptions. Whatever happened, whatever was causing that sound, it's over now. Dorothy can rest, and so can I. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I accepted a job monitoring deep Earth frequencies in a remote station, but the sounds from below are starting to call my name. I am writing this from a diner off Interstate 80. My hands are shaking so bad I can barely hold the pen, and I keep spilling the coffee on the table. The waitress looks at me like I'm a junkie, but I don't care. I haven't slept in 4 days. Every time I close my eyes, I hear the static. I hear the scratching. I hear the voice that sounds like mine, but deeper, wetter, like it's coming through a throat filled with mud. I need to get this down on paper. I need to leave a record, because I think I'm going to die tonight. Or worse, I'm going to go back there. It started because I was desperate. That's how all these stories start, isn't it? Nobody takes a job in the middle of nowhere for minimum wage unless they have no other choice. I had lost my job at the factory. My girlfriend had kicked me out, and I was living in my 2004 Toyota Corolla. I was scrolling through job boards on my phone, using the free Wi-Fi at a library, when I saw it. Position, seismic monitor. Location, Outpost 4, Blackwood Ridge. Duties, monitor automated systems, log frequency data, maintain equipment. Pay, $2,000 a week. Cash, $2,000 a week. for sitting in a room and watching a computer screen. It sounded too good to be true. I called the number. A man answered on the first ring. His voice was dry, cracking like stepping on autumn leaves. "Can you handle silence?" he asked. "No hello? No company name?" "Yes," I said. "Can you stay awake for 12 hours at a time?" "Yes." "Do you have family who will miss you if you are out of cell service for a month?" "No." "Be at the trailhead of Blackwood Ridge at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Don't bring a phone, don't bring a computer. Analog only. We provide the rest." I should have said no. I should have hung up. But I looked at my bank account balance, 12.45, and I said yes. I met the man the next morning. He was driving a black Jeep with no license plates. He was old, maybe 70, with skin that looked like leather and eyes that didn't blink enough. He handed me a duffel bag and a set of keys. "The hike is 4 miles up," he said, pointing to a narrow dirt path disappearing into the dense pine forest. "The station is at the top. It's a concrete bunker. You can't miss it. There is a manual on the desk. Follow the instructions exactly. Do not deviate. I will come back in 30 days with your money." "Wait," I said. "What exactly am I monitoring? Earthquakes?" He looked at me, and for a second I saw genuine fear in his eyes. "We are listening to the tectonic plates," he said, "to make sure they don't shift. Just listen to the needles, kid. If they go into the red, you press the button. That's it." He drove away before I could ask what the button did. I hiked up. The woods were quiet. Too quiet. No birds, no crickets, just the sound of my boots on the dry earth and the wind hissing through the pine needles. The station was ugly. It was a gray concrete block half buried in the side of the mountain. It looked like a World War II bunker. There was a heavy steel door with a wheel lock like a submarine. I unlocked it and stepped inside. The smell hit me first. It smelled of ozone, old copper, and stale coffee. The room was one large space. In the center, there was a massive console of equipment that looked like it was from the 1970s. Oscilloscopes with glowing green lines, reel-to-reel tape decks, and a wall of speakers. In the corner, there was a cot and a small kitchenette with a stack of canned beans and a manual can opener. But the most disturbing thing was the hole. In the back of the room, behind a thick pane of plexiglass, there was a hole in the floor. It was a borehole, maybe 3 feet wide, going straight down into the earth. There were cables running down into it, thick black cables that pulsed slightly as if liquid was being pumped through them. I settled in. The first 3 days were boring. I read the manual. It was simple. Protocol: wear the headphones at all times during your shift, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Record the frequency levels every hour. If the frequency drops below 10 hertz, turn up the gain. If the frequency rises above 150 hertz, initiate the dampening sequence. Never speak into the microphone unless instructed. I sat at the desk. I put on the heavy padded headphones. The sound of the earth is boring. It's just a low hum. Like a refrigerator running in the next room. Occasionally, there would be a pop or a crackle, which the manual said was rock settling deep underground. I wrote down the numbers. 40 hertz, 42 hertz, 39 hertz. It was easy money. On the 4th night, the rhythm changed. It was 2 a.m. The wind was howling outside, shaking the heavy steel door. I was eating cold beans from the can. I looked at the oscilloscope. The green line wasn't a flat wave anymore. It was spiking. Thump, thump, thump. It looked like a heartbeat. I adjusted the volume on the headphones. Thump, thump. It was slow, massive. It sounded like a hammer hitting a mattress wrapped in 10 layers of blankets. It was deep, so deep I felt it in my chest more than I heard it in my ears. I checked the frequency. 12 hertz. It was getting low. I followed the rules. I reached for the knob labeled gain and turned it up. The sound got louder. Thump, thump. And then, in the space between the thumps, I heard something else. Scritch, scratch. It sounded like fingernails on chalkboard or claws on stone. It was coming from the microphone deep in the hole. I leaned closer to the monitor. Just rocks, I whispered to myself. Just rocks sliding against rocks? Then a voice spoke in my ear. Hungry. I ripped the headphones off and threw them on the desk. I spun around, grabbing the flashlight. Who's there? I shouted. The concrete room echoed. Who is it? Silence. Just the hum of the machines. I checked the door. It was locked from the inside. I checked the plexiglass shield around the hole. It was intact. I told myself I was hallucinating. Isolation psychosis. It happens. I put the headphones back on, leaving one ear uncovered. The scratching was gone. The heartbeat was gone. The line was flat again. I didn't sleep that day. I lay on the cot, staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind. On the 7th night, the equipment started moving on its own. I was sitting at the desk, fighting to keep my eyes open. I had drunk 3 cups of terrible instant coffee. Suddenly, the reel-to-reel tape deck spun to life. Whoa! The tape started spinning fast. The needles on the VU meters slammed into the red. I hadn't touched anything. I grabbed the manual. There was nothing about this. I put the headphones on. The sound was screaming, not a human scream. It was electronic screaming, feedback, static, white noise. But underneath it, there was a pattern. Short, long, short, short, long, short, Morse code. No, it was too rhythmic. It was breathing, inhale, static, exhale, scream. I reached to turn the volume down, but the knob wouldn't turn. It was stuck. Then the red phone on the wall rang. I jumped so hard I knocked my chair over. There was a red rotary phone mounted near the door. The manual didn't mention it. I didn't even know it was connected to anything. Ring, ring, ring. It was a loud mechanical bell. I walked over to it slowly. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I picked up the receiver. Hello? Don't listen to it, a voice said. It was the old man who hired me, but he sounded different, terrified. Arthur, tell me you aren't listening to it. The tape deck started on its own, I yelled. What is happening? What is down there? It's waking up, the old man whispered. We miscalculated. The dampeners aren't holding. Arthur, listen to me carefully. There is a breaker switch in the kitchenette, behind the fridge. You need to kill the power to the audio system. Do it now. Why? Because it learns, he screamed. It learns frequencies. If you let it listen to the room, it will learn your voice. And once it has your voice, it can open the door. The line went dead. I dropped the phone. It will learn your voice. I looked at a console. The tape reels were still spinning. The needles were bouncing. And then, coming through the speakers on the wall, not the headphones, the main speakers, I heard a sound. Hello? It was my voice. It was the recording of me answering the phone 10 seconds ago. Hello? What is happening? What is down there? The machine was playing my voice back to me. But then it changed. The pitch shifted down. It became deeper, gravelly. What is down there, Arthur? It said my name. I hadn't said my name. I scrambled to the kitchenette. I shoved the heavy refrigerator aside. There was a gray metal panel on the wall. I ripped it open. There was a single large switch labeled Audio Mains. I grabbed it and yanked it down. Clunk! The lights in the station flickered. The tape deck slowed down. Woo! Click. The speakers went silent. The room was dead quiet. I stood there, panting, sweating. I was safe. I had killed the power. Then, from the hole in the back of the room behind the plexiglass, I heard a sound. Knock, knock, knock. 3 distinct knocks on the glass from the inside. I shined my flashlight at the hole. The borehole was dark, but on the inside of the plexiglass there was condensation, and in the condensation something had drawn a shape, a smiley face. I backed away. No, that's impossible. It's a sealed shaft. Knock, knock, knock. Louder this time. The glass vibrated. I grabbed my jacket. I grabbed the keys. I was leaving. To hell with the money. To hell with the old man. I ran to the steel door. I grabbed the wheel lock and turned it. It wouldn't move. I spun it the other way. Stuck. I threw my weight against it. It felt like it was welded shut. Then I saw the keypad. I hadn't noticed it before. A digital keypad next to the door. The screen was lit up red. Lockdown initiated. Containment breach. Open, I screamed, banging on the steel. Let me out. From the speakers, which should have been dead, a voice crackled. Let me out. It was mocking me. I looked at the console. The power switch I had pulled. It was physically pushed back up into the on position. I hadn't touched it. The tape reel started spinning again. I ran to the corner of the room, grabbing the heavy metal can opener as a weapon. I huddled on the cot. What do you want? I whispered. The speakers crackled. Arthur, hungry. I spent the next 3 days in that corner. I didn't sleep. I didn't eat. I just watched the hole. Every hour the sounds got worse. First it was scratching, then it was screaming, then it was singing. It sang nursery rhymes. Mary had a little lamb, but the voice was distorted, like a choir of drowning children. Then, on the 10th night, the visual feed turned on. There was a small green monitor on the console labeled Bore Cam. I had never looked at it because the manual said the camera was broken. It flickered to life. The image was grainy, black and white. It showed the rock walls of the shaft, deep underground. The camera was moving. It was being pulled up. I watched, paralyzed. The camera passed layers of rock, granite, shale. Then it passed something else, flesh. The walls of the shaft were pulsing. They were lined with a thick gray material that looked like skin. Veins throbbed in the rock. The camera kept coming up. 500 feet, 400 feet. It passed a nest. Carved into the side of the rock wall was a cavity, and inside the cavity were things that looked like eggs. Translucent, gelatinous sacs the size of beach balls. Inside them, dark shapes writhed. The camera kept coming. 200 feet, 100 feet. I could hear the physical sound now, not through the speakers, through the air, slithering, wet, heavy, sliding sounds coming from the shaft. I looked at the plexiglass. It was fogging up. Heat was radiating from the hole. The camera feed reached the top. On the screen, I saw the underside of the plexiglass cover, and then I saw a face. It pressed against the camera lens. It didn't have eyes. It had holes. Dozens of small, perfectly round holes where a face should be. And they were all opening and closing, whistling. It was made of holes. And then the plexiglass cracked. Crack, A spiderweb fracture appeared in the center of the shield. I knew I had seconds. I looked around the room. The door was sealed. The phone was dead. The ventilation ducked. Above the kitchenette there was a square vent. It was small, maybe 18 inches wide, but I was skinny. I dragged the table over. I climbed up. I used the can opener to unscrew the bolts. My fingers were bleeding. Crash! The plexiglass shattered. The sound of the explosion deafened me. A smell filled the room. Sulfur, rot, and old blood. I pulled the vent cover off. I squeezed my head and shoulders in. Behind me, I heard the thing pull itself out of the hole. Squelch, thud. It sounded heavy, wet. "Arthur," it hissed. It wasn't coming from the speakers. It was in the room. "Where are you going?" I kicked my leg, shoving myself deeper into the duct. It was tight. The metal pressed against my chest. I couldn't breathe. I crawled. I crawled through the dark, dusty metal tube. I heard the creature tearing the room apart. I heard the metal console being ripped from the floor. I heard the cot being smashed. Then I heard it sniffing. Sniff, sniff. It was sniffing the air, tracking me. I heard a heavy thud against the wall below the vent. It knew where I was. I crawled faster. The duct went up at an angle. I pushed with my toes, scraping my skin raw. Screech! Metal tearing. It was peeling the vent open from the wall. I scrambled up, turning a corner in the ductwork. I saw moonlight ahead, a grate leading to the outside. I kicked the grate. It flew off. I fell out onto the dirt, rolling down the hill. The cool night air hit my face. I stood up and ran. I ran down the mountain trail in the dark. I fell over roots, smashed my face on branches, twisted my ankle. I didn't stop. Behind me, from the concrete bunker, I heard a sound that will haunt me forever. It wasn't a roar. It was a broadcast. The creature was projecting a sound so loud it shook the trees. It was the sound of a baby crying. Then the sound of a woman screaming for help. Then the sound of my own voice amplified 1,000 times. "Help me! Please, God, help me!" It was baiting me, trying to get me to turn around. I reached my car. I fumbled with the keys. I got inside and locked the doors. The engine sputtered, then started. I drove down that mountain road at 80 miles an hour. I almost went off the cliff 3 times. I drove until I hit the highway. I drove until the sun came up. I'm at the diner now. I tried to call the number of the man who hired me. The line is dead. I looked up the location on Google Maps. There is no Outpost 4. There is no Blackwood Ridge. The area is marked as a geological exclusion zone, danger, unstable soil. But here is the part that makes me shake. Here is why I am writing this. My hearing hasn't come back to normal. Everything sounds muffled. But 5 minutes ago, the jukebox in the diner started playing a song. It was an old country song. But halfway through, the lyrics changed. The singer's voice warped. It dropped in pitch. "Arthur," the jukebox sang, "I can taste you." The waitress didn't notice. The trucker in the corner didn't notice. Only I heard it. And now my phone is vibrating. I don't have the old man's number saved. It's coming up as unknown, but I know who it is. It's not the old man. I can hear the breathing through the phone before I even answer it. It's the frequency. It traveled with me. It's in the network now. I'm going to go to the bathroom and smash my phone. Then I'm going to steal a car that doesn't have a radio. If you read this, stay away from the mountains. Stay away from the quiet places. And if you hear a humming sound coming from the ground, run. Don't listen to it. don't try to find where it's coming from, because once it learns your name, it never stops calling. The waitress is walking over to me. She looks confused. "Sir?" she asks. "Your nose is bleeding." I wipe my face. My hand comes away red. "And, sir," she says, pointing to my coffee cup, "your coffee is vibrating." I look down. Ripples are forming in the black liquid. Thump, thump, thump. It's here. It traveled through the ground. I have to go. God help me. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Night Auditor. I'm writing this to warn anyone who is thinking about taking a job just because it pays cash and asks no questions. I was 22 years old, living in my car, and I had exactly $4 to my name. I found the job on a bulletin board in a laundromat. It was a handwritten index card that just said, "Night Shift Motel Clerk, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., $15 an hour, cash. Apply at the Pines Motel." The Pines Motel was about 20 miles outside of town on a stretch of highway that truckers only used to avoid the way station. It was one of those L-shaped buildings from the 1970s with doors that faced the parking lot and a pool that had been filled with concrete years ago. The neon sign out front flickered, buzzing like an angry hornet, and the P was burnt out, so it just said, "The Irons Motel." I walked into the lobby. It smelled like stale cigarette smoke and lemon pledge. The manager was a guy named Earl. He was missing 2 fingers on his left hand and looked like he hadn't slept in a week. "You got a car?" Earl asked me. "Yes," I said. "You scared of the dark?" "No." "You got a problem with silence?" "No." He threw a set of keys on the counter. "You're hired. Don't let the junkies sleep in the lobby. Don't give refunds after 15 minutes. And the most important rule, do not open the lobby doors between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. I don't care if the Pope is out there knocking. You keep them locked, understand?" I thought it was weird, but I nodded. "Sure. Why?" Earl didn't look at me. He just started counting cash from the register. "Because that's the quiet hour. We like to keep it quiet." He left me there. The first week was boring. I sat behind the bulletproof glass, watched Netflix on my phone, and checked in the occasional truck driver or tired couple. I did the laundry in the back room. Sheets, towels, pillowcases. The machines were loud, rhythmic. Thump, swish, thump, swish. It was hypnotic. I got used to the sounds of the motel. The ice machine down the hall that groaned every hour, the vending machine that hummed, the traffic on the highway, which usually died down around 1 o'clock a.m. But then the second week started, and I learned why the pay was so good. It was Tuesday, 3:15 a.m. I was reading a magazine, fighting to stay awake. The lobby doors were locked, just like Earl said. The lights in the parking lot were dim, casting long orange shadows across the asphalt. Knock, knock, knock. It was a polite knock. Soft. 3 distinct taps on the glass of the front door. I looked up. Standing outside was an old woman. She looked harmless. She was wearing a pink nightgown and holding a purse. She looked confused. I reached for the button under the counter to buzz the door open. It was instinct. A sweet old lady needing help. Then I remembered Earl's rule. Do not open the doors between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. I hesitated. I leaned into the microphone that let me talk through the speaker outside. "Can I help you, ma'am?" I asked. The woman smiled. It was a nice smile at first. "I forgot my key, sweetie. I'm in room 12. Can you let me in so I can get a spare?" I checked the computer. Room 12 was empty. We hadn't rented it out in 3 days because the AC unit was broken. "Ma'am, room 12 is vacant," I said, my voice shaking a little. Her smile didn't change. It didn't drop. It didn't twitch. It stayed frozen. "No, sweetie, I'm in room 12. My husband is waiting. It's cold out here. Please open the door." "I can't do that," I said. "I can call the police if you're lost." The moment I said, "police," her face changed. It didn't turn angry. It just stopped looking human. Her eyes went wide, too wide, like she was forcing her eyelids open with invisible fingers. Her jaw went slack. "Open the door," she said. Her voice wasn't an old woman's voice anymore. It was flat, monotone. "Open the door, open the door, open the door." I backed away from the glass. I went into the back office and watched her on the security monitor. On the screen, the parking lot was empty. I looked through the glass again. She was standing right there. I looked at the monitor. Empty. I sat in the corner of the office until the sun came up. When 4:00 a.m. hit, I looked out. She was gone. I told Earl about it the next night when he came to relieve me. "Yeah," Earl said, drinking his coffee. "That's Mrs. Gable. She died in room 12 in 1998. Heart attack. She tries to get in sometimes. Good job keeping the door locked." He said it so casually, like he was talking about the weather. I needed the money, so I stayed. I told myself it was a hallucination from lack of sleep. 2 nights later, it happened again. 3:30 a.m. Bang, bang, bang. This time, it wasn't polite. Someone was hammering on the glass. I looked up. It was a man in a police uniform. He looked frantic. He had blood on his forehead. "Open up," he screamed. "There's been an accident. I need to use the phone. My radio is dead." My heart hammered in my chest. A cop. An injured cop. I had to help him. I stood up and reached for the buzzer. Then I saw his badge. It was blank. Just a piece of shiny metal. No numbers. No name. I looked at his police car in the parking lot. There wasn't one. He had just appeared. "Where is your car, officer?" I asked through the speaker. He stopped banging. He stared at me. His eyes were black, not dark brown. Black. No whites. "The car's down the road," he said. His voice was smooth, too smooth, like a radio DJ. "Just open the door, kid. Don't you want to be a hero?" "I'm calling 911, I said. He laughed. It was a terrible sound. It sounded like metal grinding on metal. "The lines are down, kid. You know they are." I picked up the lobby phone. Dead tone. I looked back at the door. The cop was pressing his face against the glass. His nose was squashed flat. He was licking the glass. A long gray tongue slid up the pane, leaving a smear of slime. "Let me in," he whispered. "I'm so hungry." I ran to the back room and locked myself in the laundry closet. I sat on a pile of dirty towels and covered my ears. I could hear him banging on the glass for an hour. Bang, bang, bang. "Open up! Open up!" Then, at 4:01 a.m., silence. I came out. The glass was smeared with grease, but there was no one there. I started looking for another job that morning, but I couldn't find one. I was stuck. The final straw happened on my last night. It was raining. A heavy thunderstorm rain that shook the windows. I was prepared. I had headphones. I had my back to the door. I was going to ignore everything until 4 a.m. At 3:15 a.m., the phone behind the desk rang. Not the lobby phone, the internal phone, the one that guests used to call the front desk. I looked at the caller ID. Room 109. Room 109 was at the far end of the lot. It was the storage room. Earl kept old mattresses and broken lamps in there. It didn't even have a bed. It was locked from the outside with a padlock. I let it ring, 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 ring. It wouldn't stop. Finally, I picked it up. "Front desk." "He's in here," a voice whispered. It was my voice. I froze. "What?" "He's in here with me," my voice whispered back to me through the phone. "He's hiding behind the mattresses. He's waiting for you to come check the room." I slammed the phone down. Then I saw movement on the security cameras. Monitor 4 showed the walkway outside room 109. The door to room 109 was open. I knew I had locked it. Earl had the only key. I watched the screen. Something was crawling out of the room. It looked like a spider, but it was the size of a man. It had too many limbs. It was naked, pale, and hairless. It crawled along the concrete walkway, moving jerky and fast. It crawled up the wall and onto the roof. It was heading toward the lobby. I heard the sound of footsteps on the roof above my head. Thump, thump, thump. Dust fell from the ceiling tiles. I grabbed the master. Keys. I grabbed my backpack. I didn't care about the money anymore. I ran for the back exit, the door that led to the alley behind the motel. I pushed the crash bar. It didn't move. It was chained shut from the outside. I panicked. I turned around. The ceiling tiles in the lobby were lifting up. A pale, long hand reached down. Fingers that were 6 inches long grasped the edge of the tile. I ran to the front doors, the glass doors. It was 3:45 a.m. I didn't care. I hit the unlock button. I pushed the doors open. The cool night air hit my face. I ran into the parking lot. "Hey!" a voice yelled. I screamed and spun around, raising my fists. It was a trucker, a big guy in a flannel shirt. He was standing by his rig, smoking a cigarette. He looked at me like I was crazy. "You okay, son?" he asked. I looked back at the motel. The lobby was empty. The ceiling tiles were in place. The door to room 109 was closed and padlocked. I need a ride," I gasped. "Please, just get me away from here." The trucker looked at my shaking hands. "Hop in. I'm heading to Phoenix." I got in that truck, and I never went back for my car. I left my clothes, my phone charger, and my $4 in the glove box. I called Earl from a payphone in Arizona 2 days later. "I quit," I said. Earl didn't sound surprised. "Okay, you made it longer than the last guy." "Earl," I asked, my voice trembling, "what is in room 109? There was a long silence. "We don't have a room 109, Earl said. "The numbers jump from 108 to 110. Bad luck number." "I saw it," I said. "I got a call from it." "Son," Earl whispered, and for the first time he sounded scared. "If you answered that call, you need to keep moving. Don't stay in one place for more than 2 nights. It tracks the signal." He hung up. That was 6 months ago. I live in motels now, different ones every night. I pay cash. I never give my real name. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm lying in bed in a Motel 6 or a Super 8, the room phone rings. I never answer it, but I can see the light blinking, and if I listen closely through the thin walls, I can hear a scratching sound coming from the ceiling, like long, pale fingernails dragging across the drywall. And then I hear my own voice whispering from the ventilation vent, "Open the door. It's quiet time." I pack my bag, I climb out the window, and I run. I don't know how long I can keep running. I'm so tired. But I know one thing for sure. I am never, ever taking a night shift job again. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Night Courier. I am writing this on a burner phone I bought at a gas station in New Mexico. I have taped over the camera lenses with electrical tape. I have removed the SIM card 3 times in the last hour just to be sure. My hands are shaking so badly that autocorrect is the only reason this is legible. I don't know who will read this. I don't know if it matters. But I have to leave a record. If you live in the Midwest, specifically along the I-80 corridor, and you see an ad for a private courier night shift offering $2,000 a week for delivering medical supplies, scroll past it. Burn your computer, throw your phone in a river, do not call the number. I was living in my van in a Walmart parking lot in Iowa. I had lost my job at a distribution center because of restructuring, which is corporate speak for we found a robot that works cheaper than you. I was down to my last tank of gas and a bag of stale pretzels. I needed money fast. I found the flyer taped to a lamp post near the store entrance. It was simple, black text on yellow paper. Courier wanted. Nights only. High pay. Discretion required. Call Mr. Vance. I called. A man answered on the second ring. His voice was smooth, calm, like a late-night radio DJ. "Can you drive a manual transmission?" he asked. "Yes," I lied. I could learn. "Are you comfortable with long distances in the dark?" "Yes." "Can you follow instructions without asking questions?" "For $2,000 a week? I'll drive blindfolded." He chuckled. It was a dry sound. "Meet me at the rest stop off exit 240 at midnight. Look for the black sedan." I showed up. The rest stop was deserted, bathed in flickering orange sodium lights. A black Lincoln Town car was idling near the restrooms. The windows were tinted so dark they looked painted. I knocked on the glass. It rolled down. Mr. Vance was older than he sounded. He wore a crisp suit and sunglasses, even though it was midnight. He didn't look at me. He looked straight ahead at the highway. "The job is simple," he said, handing me a heavy envelope and a set of keys. "Take the white van parked around the back. In the back of the van, there is a cooler. Do not open the cooler. Do not adjust the temperature settings. Deliver it to the address inside this envelope. You have exactly 6 hours. If you are late, do not deliver it. Just leave the van and walk away. We will find it." "What's in the cooler?" I asked. "Medical samples," he said. "Very sensitive, very expensive, and very volatile." He handed me $500 cash. "For gas and food. You get the rest upon delivery." I walked around the building. There was a white Ford Transit van. It looked normal, except the windows were painted over with white paint from the inside. I unlocked it and got in. It smelled of bleach and ozone. The cooler was in the back. It was a heavy industrial metal box bolted to the floor. It had a digital display on the lid. 30 at the craft. It hummed loudly. I opened the envelope. The address was a farmhouse in Nebraska, 400 miles away. I started driving. The first 2 hours were fine. Just me, the road, and the hum of the cooler. The hum was annoying, a low-frequency vibration that rattled my teeth. Vroom, thump! Vroom, thump! Around 2 a.m., I was in the middle of nowhere. Cornfields stretched out on both sides of the highway, endless walls of black stalks. That's when the cooler started making noise. Thump! It sounded like something heavy hit the inside of the lid. I checked the rear-view mirror. The cooler was vibrating. Thump, thump. "It's just the compressor," I told myself. "Old fridge unit." Then a voice came from the back of the van. "Let me out." I slammed on the brakes. The van skidded to a halt on the shoulder. I turned around, heart pounding. Hello? Silence. Just the hum of the cooler. I waited a minute. Nothing. Sleep deprivation, I muttered. Too much coffee. I merged back onto the highway. 10 minutes later, it happened again. It's cold in here. It was a child's voice, a little girl. I swerved, almost hitting a guardrail. I pulled over again. I grabbed the tire iron from under the seat. I crawled into the back of the van. The cooler sat there, innocent and cold. "Is someone in there?" I yelled. No answer. I put my ear against the metal lid. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Fingernails on metal. Frantic scratching. "Please, mister," the girl's voice whispered, muffled by the insulation. "I can't feel my fingers. Let me out." My stomach dropped. Medical samples, my ass. I was trafficking a kid. I was a monster. I grabbed the latch on the cooler. I had to open it. I had to save her. But then I remembered Vance's words. Do not open the cooler. And very volatile. What if it wasn't a kid? What if it was a recording? A trick? I looked at the digital display, 30 ideograph. If there was a kid in there, she was freezing to death. I made a decision. I popped the latch. The lid hissed. As the seal broke, cold air rushed out, smelling of formaldehyde and copper. I threw the lid open. The cooler was empty. Well, not empty. There was a small glass vial in the center, sitting in a foam cutout. Inside the vial was a dark purple liquid that swirled on its own. But there was no girl, no source of the scratching. I stared at it. I touched the inside walls. Solid metal. Then the liquid in the vial stopped swirling. It pressed against the glass, forming a tiny face, a screaming face. And the voice came from the vial. "You let the cold out." The voice wasn't a little girl anymore. It was deep, demonic, vibrating in my skull. I slammed the lid shut and latched it. My hands were shaking. I climbed back into the driver's seat. "Just deliver the package," I chanted. "Just deliver the package." I drove faster, 90 km/h. But now the van wasn't alone. I looked in the side mirror. A car was following me, a black sedan, no lights. I sped up. It sped up. I took an exit onto a dirt road, trying to lose it. The sedan followed, its tires crunching on the gravel. I was miles from the drop-off. The cornfields were closing in. Suddenly the cooler started screaming. Not a voice. A high-pitched electronic shriek that pierced my eardrums. The display on the lid was flashing red. Containment breach. Temperature rising. 40 degree, 45 degree, 50 degree. The heat coming off the cooler was intense. It was heating up from the inside. "Burn!" the voice screamed from the back. "Burn it all!" The black sedan rammed the back of the van. Crash! I lost control. The van spun out, sliding into a ditch. The engine died. Silence. I sat there, dazed. My head hit the steering wheel. Blood trickled into my eye. I saw headlights approaching. The sedan stopped at the top of the ditch. Doors opened. 2 men in suits got out. They wore gas masks. They walked down the slope toward the van. I grabbed the tire iron. I wasn't going down without a fight. But they didn't come for me. They went to the back doors. They ripped them open. One of them pulled a device out, a flamethrower. "Wait!" I screamed. "I'm in here." They ignored me. The man with the flamethrower aimed it at the cooler. Whoosh! A jet of fire engulfed the back of the van. I scrambled out the driver's side door, crawling into the cornfield. The heat was searing. The van exploded. Boom! I covered my head as metal debris rained down. I peeked through the corn stalks. The cooler was glowing red hot in the wreckage. But it wasn't melting. It was opening. The lid flew off, and something rose out of a fire. It wasn't a liquid anymore. It was a cloud, a purple, swirling cloud of smoke that took the shape of a man, a giant, towering man made of shadow and gas. The men in suits didn't run. They stood there, calm. One of them pulled out a specialized vacuum device, like a Ghostbusters pack. They turned it on. A vortex of suction pulled at the smoke creature. The creature roared. It was a sound that broke the windows of the sedan. I am eternal. The vacuum sucked it in. Slowly, inch by inch, the purple smoke was dragged into the containment unit. Once it was gone, the men clamped the unit shut. They looked at the burning van. "Driver's gone," one said. His voice was muffled by the mask. "Doesn't matter," the other said. "He was contamination. The breach is contained." They walked back to their car and drove away. I waited in the cornfield for an hour. I waited until the fire died down. Then I walked. I walked for 10 miles to the nearest town. I bought this phone. I rented a motel room. I thought it was over. I thought I was just a witness to some secret government cleanup. But this morning I woke up. I went to the bathroom to wash my face. I looked in the mirror. My eyes. My irises aren't brown anymore. They are purple, swirling dark purple. And when I speak, there is an echo. A second voice underneath mine, a little girl's voice. "We are safe now," it whispers when I talk. "We are warm." I didn't just open the cooler, I breathed it in. When the seal broke, when the air rushed out, I inhaled it. I am the container now, and I can feel it changing me. My skin is getting hard, cold, my blood feels thick, and I have an urge, a terrible, overwhelming urge. I want to go to the city. I want to go to a crowded place, a mall, a stadium, and I want to scream. I want to open my mouth and let it all out. I am fighting it. I am driving into the desert. I am going where there are no people. But the voice is getting louder. "Share us," it says. "Share the gift. If you see me, if you see a man with purple eyes driving a stolen car, run. Don't let me speak. Because I think if I scream, the world ends." And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I answered a late-night room rental ad that I still can't forget. I wasn't looking for something permanent. That's important. If I had been trying to settle, I might have been more careful. But I only needed a place for a month, maybe 2. Somewhere cheap, somewhere quiet, somewhere I could sleep. I had just started a night shift job at a warehouse on the edge of the city. The pay was decent, but the hours were brutal, and most landlords didn't like the idea of someone coming and going at odd times. Hotels were too expensive, friends' couches were already worn thin, so I searched online, scrolling through local listings at 3 in the morning, eyes dry, brain half off. That's when I saw the post. No photos, no description really. Room for rent, private, quiet house, close to transit, cheap, call only. It had been reposted several times over the past few weeks. No comments, no replies underneath. That should have bothered me more than it did. I called. The man answered after the second ring. His voice was calm, steady, and oddly awake for the hour. "Yes," he said before I could speak. "The room is still available." We set a time for me to come by later that day. He gave me the address. Before hanging up, he said something that stuck with me. "I don't usually rent to night workers," he said, "but you might be a good fit." I didn't ask what he meant. The house was in an older part of the city. One of those neighborhoods that used to be nice and then got forgotten instead of ruined. Tall trees, narrow streets, homes built close together, each one slightly different, like they were designed by memory instead of plans. The house itself was tall and narrow, with dark siding and a porch that leaned just a little to the left. Nothing was broken, nothing was boarded up. It just felt off, like it was holding its breath. The man opened the door before I knocked. Up close, he looked older than I expected. Late 60s, maybe early 70s. Gray hair combed neatly back, clean clothes, no smell of smoke or alcohol. His eyes were alert, but tired. "You're right on time," he said. Inside the house was very quiet. Not peaceful quiet, empty quiet. Like sound. Didn't like being there. No TV noise, no radio, no hum of appliances. Even the refrigerator didn't make a sound. I became very aware of my own breathing. He showed me the room upstairs, small but clean. A bed, a dresser, a desk, a single window facing the side yard. The lock on the door worked, which made me feel better. The price was lower than anything else I'd seen. "Any rules?" I asked. He hesitated. "Yes," he said. "Please don't leave your room between midnight and 4 a.m. And if you hear anything unusual, ignore it." I smiled, thinking he was trying to scare me. He didn't smile back. I moved in that night. The first few days were normal enough. I worked, came home, slept during the day. The house stayed quiet. Too quiet. I never heard the owner move around. I never heard him cook, shower, or watch TV. Sometimes I wondered if he left at all. On the fourth night, I came home early. My shift ended sooner than usual, and I arrived around 11:30 p.m. The house was dark. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. As soon as I closed it behind me, I felt it. That feeling you get when you realize you're not alone. I stood still, listening. From upstairs came a faint sound. Slow footsteps, bare feet, moving carefully like whoever it was didn't want to be heard. I assumed it was the owner and started up the stairs. Halfway up, the footsteps stopped. Then they turned around. They came toward the stairs. I froze. A shape appeared at the top step, tall, thin, just a shadow against the darker hallway behind it. "Hello?" I said. The shape didn't move. Then slowly it stepped back out of sight. I waited a full minute before going up the rest of the way. The hallway was empty. All the doors were closed. I didn't sleep much that night. After that, things started to change. I began hearing sounds during the day, light tapping from inside the walls, soft dragging noises above the ceiling. Once, I heard what sounded like someone quietly crying from the room next to mine, even though I knew for a fact no one lived there. I asked the owner about it. He looked at me for a long moment, then said, "The house settles." I asked him if anyone else stayed there before me. "Yes," he said. "Where are they now?" "Not here," he replied. That was the end of the conversation. The first really bad night happened a week later. I woke up at 2:14 a.m. to the sound of someone whispering my name. Not shouting, not calling, whispering right outside my door. I lay completely still, heart pounding, staring at the dark shape of the door. The whisper came again, slower this time, like whoever was saying it was tasting. The sound, my name, then a soft knock, one knock, then another. I held my breath. The handle turned slightly, stopped, then turned back. Footsteps moved away down the hall. In the morning, I found scratches on the outside of my door, long, thin marks, like fingernails dragged down the wood. I didn't tell the owner. Sleep became difficult. When I did sleep, I dreamed of the house, hallways that stretched to toggle, doors that opened into rooms that didn't exist, people standing in corners facing the walls, whispering to themselves. One night, I woke up standing in the hallway. I don't remember getting out of bed. I was barefoot, facing the stairs, my body stiff like it didn't belong to me. From downstairs came a low sound like slow breathing, but deeper than a person's. I went back to my room and locked the door. The next morning, the lock was open. I started counting the footsteps. There were always more than one set, sometimes two, sometimes three. Once, I counted at least 6, moving in different directions, stopping and starting like they were confused or arguing silently. They never went downstairs between midnight and 4. They only stayed on my floor. One night, I heard them go into the empty room at the end of the hall. I heard the door open. I heard something heavy dragged across the floor. Then I heard crying. It sounded close, familiar. It sounded like me. I decided to leave. I packed my bags at noon and planned to go straight to a motel after my shift. I just needed one more night. That night, the house felt different, heavier. The air was warm and smelled faintly metallic, like blood. At exactly midnight, the footsteps started all at once, running, doors opening and closing, whispering turning into low, urgent murmurs. My doorknob shook violently. Something hit the door hard enough to make the frame crack. I screamed for the owner. The noise stopped instantly. The hallway went silent. I opened the door. At the end of the hall, the owner stood at the top of the stairs. "They know you're leaving," he said calmly. I asked him what they were. He sighed, like someone tired of explaining the same thing over and over. "This house attracts people who don't want to be alone," he said. "Sometimes they stay longer than their bodies do." I asked him why he rented rooms here. He looked at me with something close to pity. "Someone has to feed the house," he said. The lights went out. Hands grabbed me from behind, cold hands. Too many fingers. I don't remember how I got out. I woke up in my car, parked 3 blocks away, my bags in the back seat. My phone said it was 4:07 a.m. I never went back. I still hear footsteps at night. Not every night, just when I'm alone. They stop outside my bedroom door and wait. And sometimes, just before I fall asleep, I hear the owner's voice in my head, calm and steady. "You were a good fit." And I know the house is still hungry. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Echo House. I'm writing this on a typewriter. It is the only way I can write now. The clicking of the keys is loud, mechanical, and immediate. There is no delay. There is no digital processing. I cannot use a computer. I cannot use a smartphone. I cannot use anything that has a microphone or a speaker. If I see a waveform on a screen, I start to hyperventilate. My name is David, and 6 months ago, I was a freelance audio engineer. I edited podcasts, cleaned up dialogue for indie films, and basically spent my life wearing noise-canceling headphones. I lived in a noisy apartment complex in Chicago with thin walls. I hated the noise. I hated the neighbors arguing, the sirens, the garbage trucks. I craved silence. I wanted a place where I could hear my own thoughts. Be careful what you wish for. I found the job listing on a private forum for audio professionals. It wasn't your standard help wanted ad. The subject line was just acoustic maintenance, high pay, NDA required. The body of the post was brief. It asked for someone with a background in sound engineering to house-sit a property in the remote woodlands of northern Michigan for 1 month. The pay was $15,000. Cash. I thought it was a scam. It had to be, but my student loans were suffocating me and my rent was going up. I emailed the contact. I got a reply within 10 minutes. A video call link. The man on the screen introduced himself as Dr. Eris Thorne. He looked like he hadn't slept in a decade. His skin was gray, his eyes were sunken, and he sat in a room that was covered in dark acoustic foam wedges. "The house is a prototype," Thorne explained. His voice was dry and raspy. "I built it to be the quietest place on earth. It is an anechoic chamber on a residential scale. The walls are 3 feet thick, filled with sand and lead. The windows are quadruple-paned vacuum glass. It is designed to trap and eliminate all external vibration." "Why do you need a sitter?" I asked. "Because the house breathes," he said, which I thought was a metaphor. "The HVAC systems, the filtration, the structural integrity of the soundproofing, it needs monitoring. I have to go to Europe for a conference. I need someone who understands acoustics to watch the levels, to make sure the seal isn't broken. So I just sit there and make sure it stays quiet." "Yes," Thorne said. He leaned into the camera. "But David, you must understand. True silence is heavy. Most people cannot handle it. The brain creates noise when there is none. You have to be mentally distinct from your environment." I laughed. "Doc, I wear headphones for 12 hours a day. I love silence." He didn't smile. "We will see." I signed the NDA. I packed my bags. I drove 10 hours north, past the suburbs, past the farmland, deep into the dense forests of the Upper Peninsula. The GPS signal died about 20 miles out. I had to use a paper map Thorne had mailed me. The house was invisible until I was right on top of it. It was a brutalist structure, a block of dark concrete and black glass nestled in a valley. The trees around it had been cleared for 50 yards in every direction, replaced by a lawn of soft, mossy ground cover that absorbed footsteps. Thorne met me at the door. In person, he looked even worse. He was twitchy. He kept looking over his shoulder. "Here are the keys," he said, handing me a heavy ring. "Here is the logbook. You check the decibel meters in the basement, the kitchen, and the master bedroom twice a day. They should read 0, or as close to 0 as physics allows." "Got it. There is one rule," he said. He grabbed my arm. His grip was surprisingly strong. "Do not make loud noises. No music, no shouting, no slamming doors. The house is designed to capture sound. If you saturate the dampeners, the pressure builds up." "Okay," I said, pulling my arm away. "I'll be quiet." "If you hear something," he whispered, looking at the black walls of the hallway, "do not listen to it. Distract yourself. Make a small noise, like a hum, but do not listen to a house." He got in his car and drove away faster than I expected. I watched his tail lights vanish into the trees. I was alone. I turned around and stepped inside. The heavy steel front door swung shut on oiled hinges. It clicked into place. The silence hit me like a physical slap. It wasn't just quiet. It was a vacuum. In a normal quiet room, you can hear the refrigerator hum, or the wind outside, or the distant traffic. Here, there was nothing. It felt like cotton balls had been stuffed deep into my ear canals. The air felt thick, dead. I walked into the living room. My footsteps on the carpet were swallowed instantly. There was no reverberation, no echo. I spoke out loud just to test it. "Hello," I said. The word left my lips and died immediately. It sounded flat, dull, like I was speaking into a pillow. "Okay," I muttered. "Creepy, but cool." The first 3 days were actually pretty great. I caught up on reading. I wrote in my journal. I checked the meters. They all read 0.0 dB. Absolute silence. But by the 4th day, I started to understand what Thorne meant about the brain creating noise. When the external world is silent, your body becomes deafening. I could hear my heart beating, thump, 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 thump. It sounded like a drum in the room with me. I could hear the wet, squishing sound of my eyes moving in their sockets. I could hear the blood rushing through the veins in my neck. A high-pitched hiss like steam escaping a pipe. It was annoying, but manageable. I was a pro. I knew about psychoacoustics. The real trouble started on the 5th night. I was in the kitchen, making a sandwich. I placed a ceramic plate on the granite counter. I wasn't careful. It made a sharp clack sound. In this house, that clack was like a gunshot. I winced. I stood there, waiting for the sound to fade, but in this house, sounds didn't fade. They were absorbed. It was instant silence again. I turned around to open the fridge. Clack! I froze. The sound came from behind me, from the counter. I turned back slowly. The plate was sitting there, still. Nothing had moved. "Hello?" I whispered 2 seconds later. "Hello?" It wasn't an echo. An echo is immediate. This was a delay. A distinct, perfect replay of my voice coming from the corner of the ceiling. But it sounded different. It sounded crisper. Clearer than my actual voice. It sounded like it had been EQ'd, compressed, and mastered. I laughed, nervously. Okay, weird acoustics, sound bouncing around the vents or something. I waited. The laugh didn't come back. Just the vents, I told myself. I took my sandwich to the living room and turned on the TV. I kept the volume very low, just a whisper. I watched a silent movie. That night, as I lay in the master bedroom in the absolute dark, I heard breathing. It was slow, rhythmic breathing, in, out, in, out. It was coming from directly above my face. I held my breath. The breathing continued. I reached for the lamp and clicked it on. The room was empty. The breathing stopped instantly. "It's my own breathing," I said aloud. "Just a delay. A weird acoustic reflection." I turned the light off. The breathing did not start again. Instead, a voice whispered right in my ear. "It's my own breathing." I scrambled out of bed, heart hammering, and turned the light back on. I slept with the lights on that night, day 7. I was checking the decibel meter in the basement. The basement was a concrete bunker. The walls were lined with black wedges of foam that looked like shark teeth. The meter sat on a pedestal in the center. It read 0.0 dB. I wrote it down in the logbook. As I turned to leave, I heard a sound. Drip. I stopped. I looked at the ceiling. No pipes. Drip. It sounded like water hitting a metal pan. Drip, drip. It was getting faster. I walked toward the sound. It seemed to be coming from the back wall, behind a layer of foam wedges. I reached out and pulled one of the foam triangles loose. Behind it, there was no concrete. There was a metal grate. And behind the grate, a dark, vertical shaft going down into the earth. Drip. "Hello?" I called down the shaft. Silence. I waited for the echo. I waited for the delay. Nothing came back. But then a sound began to rise from the shaft. It wasn't a voice. It was a tone, a low-frequency hum. It was almost below the range of hearing. I felt it in my teeth before I heard it. a vibration rattling my jawbone. I put the foam wedge back and ran upstairs. I locked the basement door. I called Dr. Thorne. His phone went straight to voicemail. "Thorne, it's David," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "The house is acting up. I'm hearing delays, long delays, and there's a shaft in the basement. Call me back." I hung up. I sat in the living room. The silence was pressing in on me. I felt like I was underwater. The air pressure felt immense. Then the house started to talk. It wasn't speaking words. It was replaying my week. From the kitchen, I heard the clack of the plate. From the hallway, I heard my footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. From the bathroom, I heard the sound of the shower running. Shh! It was all happening at once. A cacophony of my own life played back to me, but it was all wrong. The timing was off. The footsteps were too heavy. The plate sound was too sharp. "Stop it!" I yelled. The house went silent instantly. Then from every corner of the room, from the walls, from the floor, a chorus of my own voice screamed back at me, "Stop it!" The volume was 10 times louder than I had yelled. It shook the windows. It made my ears pop. I grabbed my coat. I was leaving. To hell with the money. To hell with the contract. I ran to the front door. I grabbed the handle. It wouldn't move. It wasn't locked. It felt like it was held shut by suction. A massive vacuum. Pressure, sealing it tight. I pulled with both hands, bracing my foot against the wall. I screamed with effort, "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!" The house chanted in a loop, layering my voice over and over until it sounded like a demonic choir. I gave up on the door. I ran to the back sliding glass door. It was triple-paned, bulletproof glass. I tried to slide it. Stuck. I picked up a heavy cast-iron sculpture from the side table and smashed it against the glass. Bang! The glass didn't even scratch. The sound of the impact was incredibly loud, and the house loved it. Bang! 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 The echo repeated, louder each time. The floorboards vibrated. I covered my ears and ran to the center of the house, to the hallway, trying to get away from the noise I had created. The noise stopped. I stood there, panting, sweating. My hands were shaking. I needed to calm down. Thorne said if I saturated the dampeners, pressure builds up. I was feeding it. I was feeding the house with noise. "Quiet," I whispered to myself. "Be quiet." I sat on the floor in the hallway. I closed my eyes. I focused on my breathing. Slow, steady. An hour passed. The silence returned. The heavy, cotton wool silence. I opened my eyes. Standing at the end of the hallway was a man. He was facing away from me. He was wearing clothes that looked like mine. Jeans, a flannel shirt. "Who are you?" I whispered. The man didn't turn around, but he spoke. "Who are you?" It was my voice, but it wasn't coming from his mouth. It was coming from his entire body, vibrating off him like he was a speaker cone. He took a step forward. Thump! The sound of the footstep was delayed. He stepped, and 2 seconds later, the sound happened. He took another step. Thump! He was walking backward, toward me. I scrambled back, crab-walking away. "Get away from me!" The figure stopped. It slowly turned its head. It didn't have a face. Where the face should be, there was just acoustic foam. Black, jagged wedges of foam growing out of the skin, forming a pyramid pattern where eyes and a mouth should be. The foam face shifted. The wedges grinded together. A sound came from it. Not a voice. It was the sound of the plate breaking. Crack. Then the sound of the shower. Shh. Then the sound of me sleeping. In, out. It was a compilation of me. I stood up and ran. I ran up the stairs to the second floor. I ran into the guest bedroom and slammed the door. I locked it. I pushed the bed against the door. I huddled in the corner. It's not real, I chanted. It's hallucination, sensory deprivation. Knock, knock, knock. 3 polite knocks on the bedroom door. I didn't answer. Knock, knock, knock. Louder this time. Then a voice came through the door. It wasn't my voice. It wasn't Thorne's. It was a woman's voice. Soft, melodic. "David, are you in there?" I froze. "Mom?" "My mother lives in Florida. She has never been to Michigan." "David, open the door. It's too loud out here. Let me in." "You're not my mother," I sobbed. "David." The voice changed. It became deep, guttural. "Open the door." The door handle jiggled. Then the door bowed inward. The wood creaked. I looked at the window. It was sealed glass. I couldn't break it. I looked at the vent in the ceiling. The HVAC returned. It was large enough for a person. I dragged the desk under the vent. I stood on it. I used my keys to unscrew the grate. My hands were shaking so bad I dropped the keys twice. Bang! The bedroom door splintered. A black, foam-covered hand reached through the hole, groping for the lock. I got the grate off. I pulled myself up into the ductwork. It was tight, dark. It smelled of dust and old metal. I crawled. I didn't know where I was going. I just needed to get away from that room. Behind me, I heard the bedroom door smash open. Then I heard the sound of me crawling, scrape, shuffle. But it was coming from behind me. It was following me into the vents. "David," the house whispered from the metal walls. "We are still recording." I crawled faster. The metal cut my knees. I was sobbing quietly. I saw a light ahead. A grate looking down into a room I hadn't seen before. I crawled to it and looked down. It was a room lined entirely with copper, no foam, just shining copper plates on the walls, floor, and ceiling. In the center of the room sat a chair, and in the chair sat a man. It was Dr. Thorne. He was strapped to the chair. He looked dead. I kicked the grate. It gave way. I fell into the room, landing hard on the copper floor. Clang! The sound was deafening. The copper amplified it. It rang like a massive bell. I rolled over, clutching my ears. I looked at Thorne. He wasn't dead. His eyes opened. They were gone. His eyes were gone. His ears were gone. They had been surgically removed. His mouth was sewn shut. He was vibrating. His entire body was shaking, vibrating with the resonance of the room. On the wall, painted in what looked like blood, were words. The resonance chamber. I stood up. Thorne was trying to scream through his sewn lips. "Mph, mph." Then I noticed the wires. Thorne was hooked up to machines. Wires ran from his skull into a bank of servers against the wall. He wasn't the owner. He was the battery. He was the source. The door to the copper room opened. The foam-faced creature stood there. It held a recorder in its hand, an old reel-to-reel tape recorder. It pressed play. A sound came out. It was a frequency, a tone so low and so loud it made my vision blur. It made my stomach churn. I fell to my knees. The creature walked toward me. It placed the recorder on the floor. It leaned down. The foam wedges on its face parted, revealing a dark, endless hole. "Record," it whispered. I realized then what this house was. It wasn't keeping sound out. It was harvesting it. It was a collector, and it had run out of sounds from Thorne. It needed new material. It needed my screams. I looked at the server bank, the wires. If I couldn't escape the sound, I had to kill the silence. I grabbed a heavy copper bust from a shelf. The creature lunged at me. I dodged, swinging the bust with everything I had. Not at the creature, at the servers. Crash. Sparks flew. The machines whined and died. Crash. I smashed the reel-to-reel player. The tape spilled out like guts. The creature shrieked. It was a sound of pure digital glitching, a corrupted audio file screaming in agony. Its form flickered. It wasn't solid. It was a standing wave, a construct of sound. As the machines died, the standing wave collapsed. The creature dissolved into thin air, leaving only a pile of black foam wedges on the floor. The humming stopped. Thorne slumped in his chair, dead. The vibration had kept his heart beating. Without it, he was just a corpse. I ran out of the copper room. I ran through the basement. I found the front door. I pushed it. It opened easily. The vacuum seal was broken. I ran into the night. The forest was loud. Crickets, wind, owls. It was the most beautiful noise I had ever heard. I ran until I reached the main road. I flagged down a logging truck. I didn't tell the driver what happened. I just told him my car broke down. I went to the police eventually. I told them about the house, about Thorne. They went to the location I marked on the map. They found nothing, just a concrete foundation in the woods. No house, no copper room, no foam. They told me I must have gotten the coordinates wrong. They told me Dr. Thorne had been reported missing 6 months ago, last seen in Europe. But I know what happened. The house didn't disappear. It moved. It moved to a quieter spot. And I know it's not done with me, because now I can't hear silence anymore. When I'm in a quiet room, I don't hear nothing. I hear the delay. I hear conversations I had yesterday. I hear my own footsteps from an hour ago. And sometimes, when I am trying to sleep, I hear a new sound. I hear the sound of a typewriter. Click, clack, click. But I don't own a typewriter. I am writing this on a typewriter in the library. But the sound I hear isn't coming from my fingers. It's coming from inside my pillows. And underneath the clicking, if I listen very closely, I can hear a voice made of static and foam. We are still recording, David. Side B is just beginning. I am going to puncture my eardrums now. It is the only way to stop the recording. I have the pencil ready. Goodbye. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Archive of the Unclaimed. I am writing this statement on a piece of paper I stole from the lobby of a police station in Nebraska. I don't live in Nebraska. I don't know anyone in Nebraska. But I drove until my car ran out of gas, and this is where I stopped. My hands are stained black. No matter how much I scrub them with industrial soap, the blackness doesn't come off. It's not ink. It's not oil. It's underneath the skin. If you are reading this, do not take the job at the sub-level 4 storage facility in Detroit. If you see an ad on a telephone pole or a Craigslist post asking for a night archivist with a pay rate of $40 an hour, cash, close your eyes. Walk away. Forget you ever saw it. I was 26 years old. I was a dropout with a mountain of debt and a landlord who liked to bang on my door at 6 a.m. asking for rent money I didn't have. I was desperate. That is the word that defines everyone who ends up at the archive. Desperation. I met the hiring manager, a man named Mr. Calloway, in a portable office trailer sitting in the middle of a fenced-off concrete lot. He was a small man, bald with glasses so thick his eyes looked like tiny black beads swimming in water. He didn't ask for a resume. He didn't ask for a background check. "Can you lift 50 pounds?" he asked. His voice was dry, like sandpaper rubbing together. "Yes," I said. "Are you claustrophobic?" "No." "Do you have family that checks on you daily?" "No," I lied. I had a mom in Ohio, but we hadn't talked in months. "Good," Calloway said. He stamped a piece of paper. "You start tonight, 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. Your job is simple. You walk the rows. You check for moisture. You check for structural integrity of the boxes. And you never, under any circumstances, open a box marked with a red tag." "What's in the boxes with red tags?" I asked. Calloway looked up. His beady eyes went cold. "Personal effects of the unclaimed. Things the state doesn't know what to do with, but can't destroy. Just check the humidity, kid. Don't be a hero." The facility wasn't a building. It was a hole. To get to work, I had to take a freight elevator that rattled and screamed as it descended. It took 3 full minutes to get to the bottom, sub-level 4. It was deep enough that the air felt heavy. It pressed against your eardrums. It smelled of old paper, mildew, and something sharp and metallic, like pennies that had been soaking in vinegar. The archive was massive. It was a concrete cavern filled with endless rows of metal shelving. The shelves went up 20 feet, reaching the dark ceiling where flickering fluorescent tube lights buzzed like dying insects. The rows stretched back so far you couldn't see the end. It was a labyrinth of cardboard and steel. My station was a small desk near the elevator. I had a flashlight, a clipboard, and a radio that only received static. The first week was agonizingly boring. I walked the rows. My footsteps echoed, creating a slap, slap, slap sound that bounced off the concrete walls. I shined my light on thousands of boxes. Most were white bankers' boxes with boring labels. Tax records 1998, city plan and debt, court transcripts. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that hurts. If I stopped walking, I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I could hear the hum of the ventilation system, which sounded like a giant beast breathing in its sleep. The weirdness started on the second Monday. I was in row 40, a section called the Deep Stacks. This was where the older boxes were. The air was colder back there. The lights were dimmer. I was checking a shelf when I heard it. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It sounded like a mouse scratching at cardboard. "Great," I muttered. "Rats." I took my flashlight and followed the sound. It was coming from a box on the bottom shelf. It was an old box, brown and sagging. It had a red tag. The label on the tag was handwritten in faded black marker. Item, gas 8490, unknown, origin, recovered from Site B. I crouched down. The scratching was coming from inside the box. Scritch, scritched. Then it stopped. "Hello?" I whispered. I felt stupid talking to a box. A voice whispered back. It wasn't a rat. It was a human voice, a woman's voice. "It's so tight," she whispered. "My fingers are breaking." I fell backward, landing hard on the concrete. I scrambled away, shining my light on the box. It sat there, motionless. "Who's there?" I shouted. My voice cracked. Silence. I stood up, shaking. I told myself it was the acoustics, the ventilation fans playing tricks on my tired brain. I marked check for rodents on my clipboard and practically ran back to my desk. I didn't tell Calloway. I needed the money. I couldn't lose this job over a hallucination. 3 nights later, the leaking started. I was doing my rounds in row 12. I smelled it before I saw it. It smelled like rotten lilacs and burnt hair. It was a thick, cloying scent that coated the back of my throat. I followed the smell to a shelf at eye level. There was a box with a red tag. Label, family case. 102, evidence. A black liquid was oozing out of the bottom corner of the box. It wasn't water. It was thick, viscous, like tar or molasses. It dripped onto the floor with a heavy plop, plop, plop. I shone my flashlight on the puddle. The black liquid was moving. It wasn't flowing downhill. It was swirling, bubbling, as if it was boiling, but the room was freezing cold. As I watched, the puddle stretched out a thin tendril, like a finger, reaching toward the toe of my boot. I stepped back. Nope, 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 nope. I grabbed my radio. Calloway? Mr. Calloway, are you there? Static. I walked back to the desk to use the landline phone. It was dead. No dial tone, just a low, rhythmic thumping sound on the line, like a heartbeat. I went back to row 12 with a roll of duct tape. I don't know why. I thought maybe I could seal the box. When I got back to row 12, the box was gone. The shelf was empty. The puddle of black slime was gone. The floor was dry. I checked the row number. Row 12. I was sure of it. Then I looked at the shelf above. The box was there. It had moved up one shelf. I hadn't touched it. There was no one else in the facility. The elevator hadn't moved. I stared at the box. The black liquid was now seeping through the cardboard faster, soaking the bottom. "Why did you move?" I whispered. The box vibrated. It shook violently, rattling against the metal shelf. Then a sound came from inside. Not a whisper this time, a scream. It was a muffled, high-pitched scream of absolute agony. It sounded like a man being crushed in a compactor. "Let me out!" The scream was so loud it shook dust from the ceiling. I dropped my flashlight. Darkness swallowed the row. I scrambled on the floor, feeling for the metal cylinder. My hand brushed against something wet, something sticky. I recoiled. I found the light and clicked it on. The black slime was on my hand. It burned. It felt like acid. I wiped it on my pants, panicking. The screaming stopped. The box sat there, silent. I ran. I ran all the way to the elevator and hit the button. I stood there shivering, waiting for the slow, agonizing descent of the cage. When it finally arrived, I took it up to the surface and sat in my car until sunrise. I should have quit then. I really should have. But I checked my bank account balance on my phone. Negative $40. Rent was due in 2 days. I went back. God help me, I went back. That was night 7, the last night. When I arrived, Calloway wasn't in the trailer. The door was unlocked. His coffee cup was on the desk, mold growing in the cold liquid. A note was taped to the monitor. Check row 99. Urgent! I'd never been to row 99. The facility supposedly ended at row 80. I took the elevator down. The air was different tonight. It was hot, humid. The smell of rotten lilacs was everywhere, overpowering. I walked past rows, 10, 20, 50. The lights were buzzing louder, popping and flickering. Shadows seemed to dance in the corners of my vision. I reached row 80. Behind it, there was a heavy plastic tarp hanging from the ceiling, painted with a warning, "Do not enter. Structural instability." I pulled the tarp back. There was a tunnel. It wasn't concrete anymore. The walls were rough-hewn rock, braced with old rotting wood beams. Shelves had been hammered directly into the rock. This was row 99. The boxes here weren't cardboard. They were wooden crates bound in chains. Some were metal safes. All of them had red tags. but the tags didn't have numbers anymore. They had names: Allison, Michael, the Traveler, Subject 4, and they were all leaking. The floor of the tunnel was covered in inches of the black sludge. It rippled like a dark ocean. I stepped onto a wooden pallet to keep my boots dry. "Hello?" I called out. "Mr. Calloway?" I heard a splashing sound further down the tunnel. I shone my light. Mr. Calloway was standing at the end of the tunnel facing the wall. He was standing shin deep in the black slime. "Mr. Calloway," I said, stepping closer, "we need to get out of here. It's flooding." Calloway didn't turn around, but he spoke. "It's not flooding, Jack. It's emptying." He knew my name. I had never told him my name. "What do you mean?" I asked. Calloway turned around slowly. My stomach dropped. His eyes were gone. The sockets were filled with the black sludge. It poured down his cheeks like tears. His mouth was open in a rictus grin, and the sludge was bubbling up from his throat, spilling over his lips. "They aren't personal effects, Jack," Calloway gurgled. The voice sounded wet, thick. "They are the discarded, the memories people cut out, the sins cities want to bury, and they are so hungry." Calloway took a step toward me. The black sludge on the floor rose up. It wasn't liquid. It was a hive mind. It formed shapes, hands. Hundreds of black, oily hands rising from the muck, grasping at the air. "Join the archive," Calloway said. He spread his arms. The hands grabbed his legs. They pulled. Calloway didn't scream. He laughed. He laughed as the sludge pulled him down. He sank like he was in quicksand. The blackness swallowed his waist, his chest, his neck. His head remained above the surface for a moment. "Check the box, Jack," he whispered. "Your box." Then he was gone. I backed away, terrified. The sludge was rushing toward me, a tidal wave of oil and hate. I turned to run, but I slipped. I fell face first onto a wooden crate. My light shined on the label, Jackson Miller, the Night Archivist. It was my name. It was my box, and it was shaking. Something inside was pounding on the wood. Thump, thump, thump. "Let me out!" a voice screamed from inside the box. It was my voice. It was me inside the box. I stared at it, paralyzed. How could I be in the box if I was standing here? The lid of the crate began to pry open. Black fingers curled over the edge. A face pushed its way out. It was my face, but it was made of the black slime. It had my eyes, my nose, my mouth, but it was melting, shifting. "You're late for your shift," the thing that looked like me hissed. I scrambled backward. The sludge on the floor grabbed my boot. It burned. It felt like it was eating through the leather. I kicked my foot loose, leaving the boot behind. I ran. I ran back through the tunnel, past the tarp, into the concrete section. The archive was alive. Every box in every row was rattling, millions of boxes, a cacophony of scratching, screaming, and crying. The noise was deafening. It sounded like a stadium full of people burning to death. The black liquid was pouring from the shelves, creating waterfalls of slime. I sprinted for the elevator. My sock was soaked in the sludge. My foot felt numb, dead. I reached the elevator. I hit the button. Nothing happened. I hit it again. "Come on, come on!" I looked back at the rows. A wave of blackness was rushing down the main aisle. At the crest of the wave was Calloway, or what was left of him. His body was fused with others. Faces I didn't know, women, children, men, all screaming in unison. "The Unclaimed!" the collective voice roared. I pried the elevator doors open with my fingers. The car wasn't there. It was still at the top. There was a ladder in the shaft. I didn't hesitate. I jumped for the ladder. I climbed until my muscles screamed. Below me, the sludge filled the elevator shaft. It was rising. I could hear them climbing the ladder behind me, wet, slapping sounds. Slap, slap, slap. "We remember you, Jack," the voices whispered from the dark below. "We have your debt. We have your fear." I reached the top, sub-level 1, then the lobby. I burst out of the shaft door and rolled onto the linoleum floor of the loading dock. It was night outside. The air was cool. I ran to my car. I drove. I didn't look back at the warehouse. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I drove for 3 days straight. I stole gas. I slept in rest stops for 20 minutes at a time. I thought I escaped, but yesterday I stopped at a gas station to wash my hands. My foot had turned black. The skin was hard, like a shell, and my hands, the stains won't come off. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is what happened an hour ago. I was sitting in this police station lobby trying to work up the courage to turn myself in, to tell them everything. A delivery man walked in. He was carrying a package, a brown cardboard box. He set it on the counter near me. The label on the box caught my eye. Jackson Miller, recovered effects. It had a red tag, and it was leaking. A single drop of black liquid fell from the corner of the box and hit the pristine white floor. Plop! I heard a scratching sound from inside. Scritch, scritch, and then a whisper. "I'm still in here, Jack. You left me in the dark." I stood up and walked out. I left my car. I'm walking now. I'm walking into the cornfields. I can feel the blackness spreading up my leg. It feels cold. It feels heavy. I know what happens when it reaches my heart. I won't die. That would be too easy. I will become a box. And someone, some desperate kid who needs money, is going to be hired to watch me. Please, if you see the ad, if you see the job for the archive, don't let me out. Whatever you do, don't let me out. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Weeping Channel. I do not own a television anymore. I smashed mine with a heavy framing hammer 3 weeks ago. I won't look at a computer monitor if the room is dark. I won't even walk past the appliance section of a department store, and I threw my smartphone into the river yesterday. I'm writing this on a library computer in a room full of people, with the sun shining through the windows. It is the only way I can type without shaking. Once I hit send on this post, I am leaving the city. I don't know where I'm going, but I know I can't stay here. It started because I was broke. I don't mean I can't afford to go out for drinks broke. I mean I was eating dry ramen because I couldn't afford the gas bill to boil water. I was 24, fresh out of a useless degree program and drowning in debt. I had just moved into a basement apartment in the city to save money. Calling it an apartment is generous. It was a damp, subterranean concrete box. The windows were thin, horizontal slits near the ceiling that looked out onto the ankles of passing pedestrians. The whole place smelled permanently of wet concrete, old cabbage, and that metallic scent of copper pipes that leak behind the walls. I couldn't afford cable. Streaming services were a luxury of the past, and the Wi-Fi signal from the upstairs neighbor, which I was stealing, was spotty at best. It usually died completely whenever it rained, which was often. The silence in that basement was heavy. It wasn't a peaceful quiet. It was a pressurized silence. It felt like the air was pushing against my eardrums. waiting for something to fill the void. Being underground messes with your head. You lose track of time. You feel the weight of the building above you. I needed noise. I needed distraction. I needed a voice in the room that wasn't my own internal monologue telling me what a failure I was. So, on a Tuesday afternoon, I went to a dusty thrift store on the corner of 4th and Elm. It was one of those places that smells like mothballs and other people's memories. I walked past the rows of stained shirts and chipped mugs to the electronics section in the back. There it was, an old CRT television. You know the kind, big, heavy, with a curved glass screen that gathers static electricity so you can feel it on the hair of your arms. It had a plastic casing that stuck out 2 feet in the back. It had a built-in VCR slot that looked like a hungry mouth and rabbit ear antennas wrapped in tin foil. It was ugly, it was heavy, it was perfect. "How much?" I asked the guy at the counter. He looked at it like it was a bag of trash. $8, he grunted. "No refunds. We don't know if it works." I paid cash. I lugged the monstrosity home, my arms straining under the awkward weight. I had to stop 3 times on the walk back just to catch my breath. By the time I got it down the narrow stairs to my basement, I was sweating and my back was screaming. I set it up on a plastic milk crate in what I generously called my living room. I plugged it in. I didn't have a cable box or a digital converter. I just wanted some white noise to sleep to. Maybe catch a ghostly signal of the local news, or a fuzzy rerun of a sitcom from the 90s. The first few nights were fine. I just got static. A snowstorm of black and white pixels, accompanied by that comforting shh hiss. If I stood on one leg and held the left antenna just right, I could get the audio from a Spanish soap opera, though the picture was just wavy lines. But mostly, it was just the static. It was enough. It filled the room. It pushed back the silence. Then came the storm. It was a Tuesday night, exactly 1 week after I bought the TV. It was raining hard outside, a torrential downpour that turned the gutters into rivers. Water was trickling down the window well, making a steady drip, drip, drip sound that was driving me insane. I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned on my mattress, the springs digging into my back. The air in the basement felt thick, charged with electricity. Finally, I gave up. I sat up, wrapped my blanket around my shoulders, and reached out to turn on the TV. I clicked the knob. Instead of the usual snowstorm of static, the screen turned blue. It wasn't a no-signal blue. It was a solid electric blue that seemed to hum with intensity. It illuminated the entire dark room with an eerie underwater glow. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch and distort in the blue light. There was no sound, no hiss, no hum, just absolute silence. I smacked the side of the plastic casing hard. "Piece of junk," I muttered, tired and irritable. The blue flickered once, twice. Then an image cut in. It wasn't a broadcast. It was too stable, too sharp for an analog signal in a storm. And it wasn't a TV show. It was black and white, grainy. It looked like footage from an old security camera, but the angle was strange. It was low to the ground, maybe, knee-high, as if the camera had been placed on the floor. It showed a long, dark hallway. The floor was covered in black and white checkered tiles, like an old diner or a hospital from the 1950s. The walls were peeling, long strips of wallpaper hanging down like dead skin. The lighting was bad, flickering and dim, coming from some unseen source down the hall. At the far end of the hallway, deep in the center of the screen, there was a heavy wooden door. It was slightly ajar, spilling a sliver of darkness that seemed somehow darker than the rest of the hall. I stared at it. I waited for a title card, a commercial, anything. There was no sound at first. Then, slowly, a low humming started. It sounded like a choir humming a single discordant note. It was off-key. It vibrated in my chest. Hmm. I watched, mesmerized, unable to look away. Nothing happened for a full minute. The image was static, save for the rolling grain of the film and the occasional flicker of the light in the hallway. Then the door at the end of the hallway moved. It didn't swing open fast. It crept. It inched open, the darkness widening. A hand reached out from the void. It was a small hand, a child's hand, pale and delicate. It reached around the doorframe and waved, not a frantic wave for help, a slow, deliberate greeting, like it knew I was watching. Then the screen cut to black. I sat there in the dark, staring at the dead glass curve of the screen. I felt cold, not the damp basement cold I was used to. This was a deep internal chill that started in my marrow and worked its way out. I reached out and turned the TV off. Then, for good measure, I reached behind it and unplugged the cord from the wall. I threw the cord onto the floor. Just a weird broadcast. I whispered to the empty room. Some art student project hijacking the signal, just a prank. I eventually fell asleep, but I dreamed of hallways, long, endless hallways with checkered floors. The next day, I went to work at the warehouse. I was a zombie. I dropped a pallet of boxes, and my manager yelled at me for 10 minutes. I barely heard him. All I could think about was that blue screen, that hand. When I got home that evening, the apartment felt colder than usual. I checked the thermostat. It was normal. I made dinner, canned soup, and tried to read a book. I told myself I wouldn't turn the TV on. I didn't need it. I would just read until I passed out. I sat on my mattress reading a paperback by the light of a single lamp. But as the hours ticked by, the silence grew heavier. It pressed in on me. I found myself reading the same sentence over and over again. My eyes kept darting to the TV sitting on the milk crate in the corner. It looked like a black eye staring at me. At around 2 LKM, I dozed off with the book on my chest. I woke up an hour later. The room was bathed in blue light. The TV was on. My heart stopped. I froze, not moving a muscle. I stared at the plug lying on the floor, clearly disconnected from the outlet. I could see the copper prongs gleaming in the blue light. It was 3 feet away from the wall. I looked back at the screen. It was glowing. This time, the image was clearer. The grain was finer. It was the same hallway, the same peeling wallpaper, the same checkered floor, the door at the end. But now the door was wide open. Standing in the doorway was a figure. It was small, maybe 4 feet tall. It was wearing what looked like a dirty, oversized hospital gown that hung loosely on its frame, stained with dark patches. Its feet were bare and gray, but it was the head that made my breath catch in my throat. Its head was completely covered in bandages. Thick white gauze wrapped around its entire skull, layer upon layer, covering its eyes, its nose, its mouth. No features were visible, just a blank, wrapped sphere of dirty cloth. The humming sound was louder now, and it had changed. It wasn't just humming anymore, it was weeping. Sob, gasp, sob. It sounded wet, gurgling, like someone crying through a mouthful of water or blood. The sound filled the room, coming from the mono speaker of the TV, but sounding like it was right next to my ear. "Hello?" I whispered. My voice trembled so bad it barely came out. I felt insane talking to a television set that wasn't plugged in. "Who are you?" The figure on the screen twitched. It took a step forward into the hallway. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, like a stop-motion puppet that was missing a few frames of animation. Then it raised a hand, the same small, pale hand I had seen the night before, and pointed. It didn't point at me. It pointed at the floor right in front of the camera lens. The camera angle shifted down smoothly, mechanically, as if someone was operating it. On the dusty, checkered floor, someone had written a word in the grime with their finger. The letters were shaky and jagged. Below. The screen cut to black. The blue light vanished, plunging me into darkness. I jumped out of bed, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I grabbed the TV cord and yanked it further away from the wall, throwing it across the room. I checked the back of the set. Maybe there were batteries, a backup power source, some kind of prank device installed inside. I grabbed a screwdriver from my kitchen drawer and frantically unscrewed the back casing. I ripped the plastic off. Inside, it was just dust, wires, and the glass tube. No batteries, no hidden computer, just old analog trash. I threw a heavy wool blanket over the TV, blocking out the dark screen. I turned on every light in the apartment, the bathroom light, the kitchen light, the floor lamp. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in the corner of the room, clutching a kitchen knife, watching the blanket-covered shape. Every creak of the floorboards upstairs made me jump. Every drip of water from the pipes sounded like a footstep. The third night was the end. I worked a double shift at the warehouse just to avoid going home. I stayed until the manager kicked me out. I wandered the streets for an hour, drinking coffee, delaying the inevitable. But eventually, I had to go back. I had nowhere else to go. I got home at almost 3:00 a.m. I was exhausted, my body aching, my mind numb from lack of sleep. I unlocked the door, my hands shaking. I walked into the apartment, dropped my keys on the counter, and froze. The blanket I had thrown over the TV was on the floor in a heap. The TV was on, and the volume was all the way up. The sound was deafening. It hit me like a physical blow, screaming, high-pitched, distorted screaming that sounded like metal tearing or a fox dying in a trap. It filled the small concrete box of a room, bouncing off the walls, vibrating in my teeth. I dropped my bag and covered my ears, wincing in pain. I ran to the TV to smash it, to stop the noise, to kill it. The image on the screen stopped me dead in my tracks. It was a face, extreme close-up. It was the bandaged face. The camera was inches away from it. The gauze was stained brown and red, wet and glistening around where the mouth should be. The texture of the fabric was so clear I could see the individual threads and the dirt trapped between them. As my hand hovered over the power button, the screaming stopped. Instantly. Absolute silence. The transition was so abrupt it made my ears ring. The figure on the screen tilted its head to the side, a bird-like, twitchy movement. Then the bandages around the mouth area began to split. They tore open with a wet, raw-rip sound. Underneath the bandages, there were no lips. The mouth was sewn shut. Thick black thread crisscrossed the pale skin, pulling it tight. The skin around the stitches was red and angry. The stitches strained as the jaw tried to open. A voice came out of the TV speakers. It wasn't the screaming anymore. It was a whisper, a raspy, dry whisper that sounded like dead leaves skittering on pavement. Here. I yanked the cord again, terrified, sobbing now. Nothing happened. The TV stayed on. The face stared at me. I grabbed the remote, which I hadn't even put batteries in, and smashed the power button repeatedly. Nothing. It is here, the voice whispered again, more urgent this time. The stitches on the screen began to bleed. Then I heard a sound from behind me. Creak! It came from the floor vent, the large metal heating grate in the corner of the room near the closet. It was the main intake for the building's furnace. I turned around slowly, dread pooling in my stomach like lead. The metal screw holding the grate in place popped out. It flew across the room and pinged against the opposite wall. The heavy metal grate lifted up, pushed from the inside. I watched in horror as long, pale fingers wrapped around the edge of the vent. It wasn't a child's hand. These fingers were impossibly long, skeletal, and gray. The nails were black, cracked, and curled like talons. A head pushed up through the opening. It was wrapped in bandages, dirty, brown-stained bandages. I screamed and backed away, tripping over the milk crate the TV sat on. The crate collapsed, sending the TV tumbling. It hit the floor with a crash, but the screen didn't break. It landed face up, the image of the sewn mouth still staring at the ceiling, glowing blue. The thing crawled out of the vent. It moved like a spider, limbs splayed out at wrong angles, joints popping and cracking with every movement. It pulled itself onto the concrete floor, wearing that same filthy hospital gown I had seen on the screen. It stood up. It was small, hunched over. It crawled toward me on its hands and knees. I scrambled backward, crab walking on my hands and feet until my back hit the cold concrete wall. I had nowhere to go. "What do you want?" I screamed, tears streaming down my face. "Leave me alone, please." The thing stopped halfway across the room. It sat up on its knees. It looked at me with its bandaged face. It didn't attack. It didn't lunge. It raised a hand and pointed. It pointed at the TV lying on the floor. I looked at the screen. The image had changed. It was no longer the close-up of the face. It was my apartment. It was a live feed of my living room, shot from a high angle from the corner of the ceiling where the shadows were deepest. The picture was crisp and clear. I could see myself cowering against the wall, looking pathetic and small. I could see the bandaged monster kneeling in the center of the room, pointing. But on the screen, there was something else. Standing directly behind me, in the shadow of the doorway to the kitchen, was a tall, dark figure. It was a shadow person, a silhouette of pure vantablack darkness, 7 feet tall, its edges blurring into smoke. It had no features, no face, except for 2 points of burning red light where its eyes should be. I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. It smelled of sulfur, ozone, and rotten meat. I didn't turn around. Every instinct in my body screamed that if I turned around, if I looked it in the eyes, I would die. The bandaged thing on the floor wasn't attacking me. It was warning me. "Run!" the bandaged thing hissed. The stitches on its sewn mouth tore open one by one. Pop, pop, pop. Blood dribbled down its chin onto the dirty gown. "Run!" I lunged to the side. I rolled away from the wall just as a massive black claw slashed the air where my head had been a second before. The claw gouged deep grooves into the drywall, sending white dust flying. I scrambled to my feet, slipping on the loose paper scattered on the floor. I sprinted for the door. The apartment shook. A low, guttural roar filled the room. It sounded like the earth splitting open. The lights flickered and exploded, showering the room in glass and sparks. I fumbled with the locks in the dark. Deadbolt, chain, handle. My fingers felt like clumsy sausages. I couldn't get the chain to slide. I felt something grab the back of my shirt. Cold. So cold, it burned my skin through the fabric like dry ice. I ripped forward with everything I had. I heard the fabric tear. I heard the screech of the shadow thing. I burst out into the hallway of the building, slamming the door behind me. I heard a heavy thud against the door from the inside, then scratching, frantic, deep scratching that sounded like knives on wood. I ran up the stairs, 2 at a time, tripping, falling, skinning my knees, getting up again. I didn't stop until I burst out onto the street. It was raining again. I stood in the middle of the sidewalk, panting, shirtless, bleeding from a long scratch on my back, the rain mixing with the blood. I looked like a maniac. I didn't go back down there. I called the police from a 24-hour bodega down the block. I told them someone broke in. I sounded crazy, hysterical, rambling about bandages and shadows. When the cops arrived, 2 burly officers went downstairs with flashlights drawn and guns out. I waited at the top of the stairs, shivering in the rain. They came back up 10 minutes later, holstering their weapons. They looked annoyed. "Apartment's empty, son," the older officer said, clicking his pen. "No sign of a break-in. But you got a mess down there. TV's on the floor. Vent cover is unscrewed. Light bulbs are blown. Looks like you had a party." "Did you check the vent?" I asked, grabbing his arm. "Did you look inside?" He shook me off. "Yeah, it's just a heating duct. Goes to the furnace room. It's too small for a person to fit in. Maybe a rat, but not a person, and definitely not a 7-foot shadow." "I saw it," I said. "It came out of there. The bandaged thing came out of the vent. The shadow was behind me." The officer looked at me with pity. He wrote something in his notebook. I saw him circle the word mental. "Maybe you need to get checked out, kid," he said softly. "There's a lot of black mold in these old basements. Makes people hallucinate. Seen it before. Carbon monoxide, maybe. Go to the hospital." They left. I moved out the next day. I refused to go back inside alone. I hired a moving company to grab my boxes, but I left the TV. I told them to leave it on the floor. I left my deposit. I didn't care about money anymore. I stayed on a friend's couch for a week, unable to sleep without the lights on. I flinched at every shadow. Then I found a new place, a 3rd-floor apartment in a newer building across town. No basement, lots of windows, electric baseboard heating, no vents. I thought I was safe. I really did. I thought the signal was stuck in that basement, bound to that cursed TV. But yesterday, I was walking past an electronics store downtown. It was a high-end place with a huge wall of flat-screen TVs in the window, all playing the same 24-hour news channel. As I walked by, the hairs on my arms stood up. Every single TV screen flickered in unison. The news anchor's face distorted, stretched, and disappeared. The screens turned blue. 50 shades of electric blue staring at me from behind the glass. Then the grainy black and white image appeared on all 50 screens. The passers-by didn't seem to notice. They kept walking, eyes on their phones, ignoring the glitch. The hallway, the checkered floor, the bandaged figure stood in the center. Its gown was tattered now, hanging in shreds. It stepped closer to the camera. It raised a long, bony finger and pointed directly at the camera lens, directly at me. Then text appeared on the screen, written in jagged white letters that looked like scratches on the film. "We are still below." I ran. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. I locked myself in my new apartment. I have covered the electrical outlets with duct tape. I have piled furniture against the door. I threw my phone in the sink filled with water. But it's getting quiet in here, too. Quiet. And 5 minutes ago, my laptop, which was closed and powered down on the coffee table, turned on. The lid didn't open. The screen just illuminated, shining blue light through the gap between the keyboard and the screen. Then the speakers crackled. The humming. I opened the laptop. I had to know. A video file was playing. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't stop myself. It's a video of me, sleeping, in my new bed, taken from a high angle, directly above my head, as if the camera is inside the ceiling. I can see myself tossing and turning in the sheets, oblivious. And in the corner of the room, standing in the shadows where the wall meets the ceiling, is the tall, dark figure with red eyes. It is watching me. It is taller than the room. Its head is bent against the ceiling, and crouching at the foot of my bed is the bandaged thing. It is stroking my leg with a long gray finger. The video ends. I hear a sound from the ceiling. Creak! There are no vents in this apartment. But the drywall above my head is cracking. A hairline fracture is spreading across the pristine white ceiling. White dust is falling on my keyboard like snow. Something's pushing through the plaster. I can see the outline of fingers pressing against the paint from the other side. I have nowhere left to run. And the humming has started again. It's coming from the walls. It's coming from the floor. It's coming from inside my head. If you're reading this, do not buy used electronics. Do not look for signals in the static. And if you see a blue screen, run. Just run. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I took a job as a night watchman at a remote hospice. The patients haven't moved in years, but their shadows do. The advertisement was taped to the window of a laundromat in a town that barely registered on Google Maps. It was a single sheet of yellowed paper, curled at the edges, written in the frantic, jagged loops of an old typewriter. Night caretaker, needed, St. Jude's Palliative Care Center. No medical experience required. $500 per night. Cash. $500 a night for a college dropout drowning in student loans and driving a Honda Civic that sounded like it was gargling gravel. That kind of money wasn't just appealing. It was a lifeline. I didn't question why the pay was so high for a job that required zero skills. I didn't question why a hospice was hiring via a laundromat flyer. Desperation has a way of putting blinders on a man. I called the number. A woman answered on the first ring. Her voice sounded like dry leaves scraping over concrete. She didn't ask for my name, my references, or my background. She just asked if I could stay awake from sundown to sunup. When I said yes, she gave me an address and told me to be there by 8 p.m. sharp. The drive took 2 hours. I left the interstate and turned onto a state highway, then a county road, and finally a gravel track that wound its way up into the dense, suffocating pine forests of the Cascades. The trees were tall here, ancient things that blotted out the twilight, creating a tunnel of shadows that seemed to swallow my headlights. The deeper I drove, the heavier the air felt. My ears popped. The radio static grew louder until it drowned out the music, forcing me to drive in silence. St. Jude's wasn't a hospital. It was a manor house, a Victorian monstrosity of dark wood and stone perched on a cliff edge overlooking a valley of black mist. It had turrets and gables and windows that looked like heavy-lidded eyes. The ivy climbing the walls was dead, a brown, skeletal web choking the masonry. I parked my car in a gravel circle. The engine sputtered and died before I even turned the key. Silence rushed in to fill the void, a heavy ringing silence that felt pressurized. The front door opened before I reached the steps. A woman stood there. She was impossibly tall, wearing a stiff gray nurse's uniform that looked like it belonged in the 1950s. Her hair was pulled back into a bun so tight it pulled the skin of her face taut, giving her a permanent skull-like grin. "You're late," she said. Her lips didn't seem to move enough to form the words. "It's 7:58, I said, checking my watch. "Time flows differently at altitude," she replied cryptically. She stepped aside. "Come in. Do not let the heat out." I stepped into the foyer. The smell hit me instantly. It wasn't the smell of a hospital, no antiseptic or bleach. It smelled of lavender, heavy and cloying, masking something underneath. Something sweet and rotten, like spoiled meat, buried under a bouquet of flowers. The air was stiflingly hot. The radiator pipes running along the walls hissed and clanked rhythmically. "I am Matron Halloway," she said, locking the heavy oak door behind me. The sound of the deadbolt sliding home echoed like a gunshot. "You are here to watch the third floor, the west wing." "Just the third floor?" I asked. "The other floors are dormant," she said. She didn't elaborate. She handed me a heavy iron ring with 3 keys. "The brass key opens a stairwell. The silver key opens a supply closet. The black key—" "You must never use the black key. It is for the basement. There is nothing in the basement that concerns you. Do you understand?" "Yes," I lied. I was already curious. "Your duties are simple," she continued, leading me up a grand staircase where the carpet was worn threadbare in a distinct path up the center. "Walk the hall, check the doors, ensure the residents remain in their beds. If the boiler acts up, bleed the radiator in the hallway, not the rooms. And most importantly—" She stopped on the landing, turning to face me. Her eyes were a milky pale blue. "Do not speak to them. No matter what you hear, no matter what they say, do not engage." "They talk?" I asked. "I thought this was palliative care, end of life." "They dream," she whispered, "and their dreams are contagious." We reached the 3rd floor. It was a long, narrow corridor lined with dark wood paneling. The floor was covered in a runner rug with a complex, dizzying geometric pattern. There were 12 doors, 6 on each side. "I will return at dawn," Matron Halloway said. "There is a thermos of coffee in the nurse's station. Do not sleep. If you sleep, you may not wake up as yourself." With that cheerful piece of advice, she turned and descended the stairs. I listened to her footsteps fade, click, 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 until the heavy door at the bottom of the stairwell slammed shut. I was alone. I went to the nurse's station, a small alcove halfway down. The hall. It was dusty. The computer was an ancient CRT monitor that hummed with a high-pitched whine. On the desk was a ledger. I opened it. It was a logbook. The names of the patients were written in elegant script. Room 301, Mr. Blackwood. Room 302, Mrs. Gable. Room 303, the twins. Room 304, unknown. Unknown? How could a patient be unknown? I decided to do my first round. I needed to see what I was dealing with. I walked to room 301. The door was heavy oak, no window. I turned the handle slowly and peered inside. The room was lit only by the moonlight filtering through the heavy velvet drapes. In the center was a hospital bed. Lying in it was a figure. Mr. Blackwood was ancient. His skin was like parchment paper stretched over a bundle of twigs. He was impossibly thin. His mouth was open, a black cavern in his face. He wasn't connected to any machines, no heart monitor, no IV drip. He was perfectly still. I watched his chest. It didn't rise. It didn't fall. I stepped closer. "Mr. Blackwood?" I whispered, breaking the rule immediately. Nothing. I leaned in to check for breath. The air around him was freezing cold despite the stifling heat of the hallway. Then I saw his eyes. They were open, staring at the ceiling, but they weren't human eyes. They were flat, matte black, like a shark's, and they were dry. I backed out of the room and shut the door. My heart was hammering. He looked dead. He looked like he had been dead for weeks. I checked room 302. Mrs. Gable. Same thing. Withered, motionless, no machines, staring at the ceiling with those dead black eyes. I went through every room. 12 rooms, 12 corpses, or things that looked like corpses. None of them breathed. None of them moved. I went back to the nurse's station and sat down. My hands were shaking. I poured a cup of coffee from the thermos. It was lukewarm and tasted bitter, like ash. I looked at the time. 10:15 p.m., 8 hours to go. "It's just a storage facility," I muttered to myself, trying to rationalize it. They're dead, and the matron is just keeping them here until what? Funerals? At 11 p.m., the sounds started. It began as a scratching noise, like rats in the walls. I tried to ignore it. Old houses have rats. But then the scratching changed. It became rhythmic. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It was coming from the floorboards, directly beneath my feet. I moved my chair back. The scratching followed me. Then a thud, loud and wet, coming from room 306. I grabbed a heavy flashlight I'd brought from my car. I walked down the hall to room 306. The nameplate said, Captain Miller. I stood outside the door. Silence. Then another thud, like a side of beef being dropped on the floor. I threw the door open and shone the light inside. Captain Miller was in his bed. He hadn't moved. He was still staring at the ceiling with those shark eyes. But the bed had moved. When I checked earlier, the bed was in the center of the room. Now it was pushed up against the far wall under the window. I scanned the floor. There were drag marks in the dust. But they didn't lead to the bed. They led from the bed to the door, and then back again, as if he had gotten up, walked to the door to listen to me, and then scrambled back into bed when I approached. "I know you're awake," I said, my voice trembling. The corpse of Captain Miller didn't blink, but slowly the corners of his mouth twitched, a dry crackling sound like tearing paper. He smiled. It was a wide, impossible smile that revealed gums black with rot. I slammed the door and backed away. I locked it from the outside, using the master key on the ring. I retreated to the nurse's station. I pulled the ledger toward me. I needed to know who these people were. I flipped back through the pages. The dates went back. November 2023, October 2023, September 1994, August 1952, July 1921. I stopped. The handwriting was the same names. Mr. Blackwood, Mrs. Gable, Captain Miller. They had been checked in decades ago. These people weren't dying. They were persisting. At midnight, the temperature dropped. The radiator pipes groaned and fell silent. The oppressive heat vanished, replaced by a bone-deep chill that made my breath fog in the air, and the shadows detached. I was watching the hallway. The only light came from the small lamp on my desk. It cast long shadows from the door frames across the patterned rug. I watched as the shadow of room 304's doorframe stretched. It grew longer. It bent in the middle, forming a knee, then a torso, then a head. The shadow pulled itself free from the wood and stood up in the middle of the hallway. It was two-dimensional, a silhouette cut from the darkness, but it had presence. It blocked the view of the far end of the hall, then another shadow detached from room 308, and another from 310. They stood in the hallway, silent, faceless, turning their flat heads toward me. I froze. I remembered the matron's rule, do not speak to them. The shadow from room 304 began to glide toward me. It didn't walk. It slid across the floor like an oil slick. I scrambled backward, knocking over the coffee thermos. The brown liquid splashed onto the rug. The shadow paused at the spill. It crouched down. I watched in horror as it dipped a shadowy hand into the coffee. It brought the hand to where a mouth should be. It made a sound, a slurping, sucking sound. Then it spoke. "Bitter," the shadow whispered. The voice didn't come from the shadow itself. It came from the walls, vibrating the wood paneling. "We prefer sweet. We prefer vital." "What are you?" I whispered. "We are the guests," the shadow said. "The shells in the beds. They are just the heavy coats we wear during the day. The day is so bright. It burns. But the night is ours." It stood up and started moving toward me again. I ran. I grabbed the keys and sprinted for the stairwell. I shoved the brass key into the lock. It wouldn't turn. "Wrong key," the shadow whispered. It was right behind me now. I could feel the cold radiating off it. I fumbled with the ring. I tried the silver key. It didn't fit. The shadow's hand reached out. It touched my shoulder. It didn't feel like a hand. It felt like vacuum. It felt like the space where my shoulder existed was suddenly being deleted. Numbness spread down my arm instantly. I screamed and dropped the keys. "The black key," the shadow hissed. "Go down. The matron is waiting." I kicked the keys away and threw my shoulder against the door. It was solid oak. It didn't budge. The shadows were circling me now. 6 of them. They were featureless, but I could feel their hunger. "Why me?" I yelled. "Why am I here?" "The matron needs a new coat," the shadow of Captain Miller said. "Hers is wearing thin. Look." The shadow pointed to the nurse's station. I looked. Standing there was Matron Halloway. But she wasn't wearing her skin correctly. Her face was sagging, drooping off the bone like melting wax. One eye had slid down to her cheek. Her jaw was hanging loose. Underneath the sliding skin, I saw something dark and shifting, something made of smoke and teeth. "Shift change," the matron's voice gurgled. I looked at the window at the end of the hall. It was a straight drop to the jagged rocks of the valley below. But it was better than this. I ran. I dodged through the circle of shadows. They swiped at me, their touches sending bolts of freezing numbness through my body. My left leg went dead, but I kept hopping. I threw myself at the window. I expected the glass to shatter. It didn't. I bounced off. The glass was soft. It felt like rubber. It bent outward, catching me like a net, and then snapped back, throwing me onto the rug. I looked up at the window. The glass rippled. It wasn't glass. It was a membrane, a clear biological film stretched over the frame. The house wasn't a house. I looked at the walls. The wood paneling was pulsing, breathing. The geometric pattern on the rug was writhing, shifting like snakes. "You are inside," the matron gurgled, shambling toward me. She reached up and grabbed her own hair. She pulled. With a wet, tearing sound, she peeled her face off. Underneath, there was no skull, just a swirling vortex of black shadow. "We are all inside," she said. I crawled backward. My hand hit the keys I had dropped. The black key, the one she said never to use. The basement. If the stairwell door wouldn't open, maybe the supply closet would. No, that was a dead end. I looked at the floor. In the center of the rug, there was a hatch. I hadn't seen it before because the rug covered it, but the rug had pulled back, revealing a handle. It had a black keyhole. The shadows were closing in. The matron was looming over me, the darkness inside her reaching out like tendrils. I jammed the black key into the floor hatch. It turned with a fluid, organic click. I pulled the hatch open. I expected a ladder. I expected stairs. I saw a throat, a fleshy, red, pulsating tunnel going straight down into the dark. The walls of the tunnel were lined with teeth, rows and rows of molars the size of cinder blocks. "The basement," the matron whispered. "The stomach." I looked at the shadows. I looked at the teeth. "Jump," the shadows whispered. "Join the digestion. Become a coat." I didn't jump. I scrambled. I rolled to the side just as the matron lunged. She fell into the hole. She didn't scream. She laughed, a hollow, echoing laugh as she tumbled down into the gullet of the house. The house screamed. The walls shook. The floor buckled. The residents in the rooms began to wail, a high, piercing shriek that shattered the light bulbs. The shadows flickered and vanished. The illusion was breaking. I stood up on my numb leg. The stairwell door had swung open. The lock had shattered. I ran. I tumbled down the stairs, tripping, falling, breaking my nose on the banister. I didn't stop. I ran past the second floor, past the first floor. The foyer was changing. The wallpaper was peeling back to reveal raw muscle. The front door was teeth. I grabbed a heavy iron coat rack from the corner and smashed it into the front window. This glass was real. It shattered. I dove through the jagged hole, cutting my arms and face, and landed in the gravel driveway. I scrambled to my car. It started on the first try. I drove. I didn't look back. I drove down the mountain at 80 miles an hour, risking death on every curve. I didn't stop until I reached the next state. That was a week ago. I'm in a motel now. I keep the lights on. I keep the TV on. But I can't escape it. I looked in the mirror this morning. There is a loose patch of skin on my cheek. Just a small spot. But when I touch it, I can't feel it. And underneath, I can feel something moving. I think the matron was right. I think I let the heat out. And now, I'm getting cold. I just heard a car pull up outside the motel room. It sounds like an old engine. And now there is a knock at the door. 3 slow, heavy knocks. Thump, thump, thump. And a voice. "You forgot your paycheck, Mr. Evans." It's the matron's voice. And then the sound of a key sliding into the lock. A black key. I'm going to the window. I'm going to run. But the window, the glass looks soft. It looks like it's breathing. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I downloaded an app that translates dead languages. It just started translating the silence in my apartment. I am an archivist for a mid-sized university museum in New England. My job, for the most part, is quiet. I spend my days in a sub-basement that smells of dust and vinegar, stabilizing old manuscripts, cataloging vellum scrolls, and digitizing letters from people who have been dead for 300 years. I like the silence. I've always preferred the company of history to the company of the living. The dead don't make small talk. The dead don't ask you why you're 35 and single. The dead just wait to be read. I found the app on a forum for linguistic cryptography. It wasn't on the App Store or Google Play. It was a beta build, hosted on a private server. The thread was titled Project Acheron, Neural Network Translation for Non-Standard Syntax. The description claimed it used a new kind of AI architecture, quantum natural language processing, to decipher texts that had previously been considered untranslatable. Linear A, the Voynich manuscript, Proto-Elamite. The developer, a user named VoidWalker99, claimed the AI didn't just look for patterns in letters, it looked for intent in the data structure. It sounded like pseudo-scientific garbage, but I was desperate. I had a backlog of 17th century cipher journals from a local occultist that had stumped me for months. I downloaded the APK file. The icon was a simple black square with a white, jagged line running through it. I installed it on my tablet last Friday. I set the tablet up on my workstation, opened the app, and pointed the camera at the cipher. The interface was austere. No menus, no settings, just a camera view and a text box at the bottom overlaying reality. It worked instantly. It was terrifyingly fast. The gibberish symbols on the parchment shimmered on the screen, replaced by glowing green English text. The journal wasn't a spell book. It was a ledger of debts. Boring, mundane, but translated perfectly. I spent the next 6 hours feeding it everything I had. It cracked codes I'd spent years agonizing over. I felt a rush of adrenaline that only a massive nerd understands. I was unlocking secrets. At 8 p.m., the automatic lights in the archives flickered and dimmed to night mode. I decided to pack up. I left the app open on the tablet as I cleaned my glasses. The tablet was propped up against a stack of books, the camera pointing out into the empty, darkened aisle of the archive shelves. I was reaching for my bag when the tablet pinged. A soft, digital chime. I looked at the screen. A text box had appeared at the bottom. "It is cold in the rose." I frowned. I looked at the parchment in front of the lens. I had already moved the journal. The camera was pointing at empty air. Just the metal shelving units and the darkness between them. I wiped the lens. Maybe it was picking up a pattern in the dust, or the spine of a book looked like text. Ping. "He is cleaning the glass. He cannot see us." My blood went cold. I froze, holding my glasses cloth. I looked around the room. Hello? Silence. Just the hum of the HVAC system at the settling of the building. I looked back at the screen. The green text was floating in the augmented reality overlay, hovering in the middle of the aisle, roughly at head height. Ping. "He speaks to the air. He thinks he is alone." I grabbed the tablet. I tapped the screen, trying to find a reset or calibration button. There was nothing. The AI was interpreting visual data. But what data? There was nothing there. "This is a bug," I whispered. "It's a glitched predictive text algorithm." Ping. "Not a bug. We are the syntax of the void." I shut the tablet off. I shoved it in my bag. I practically ran out of the building. I told myself I was exhausted. I told myself that staring at handwriting for 10 hours had fried my brain and the AI was just hallucinatory software. I went home to my apartment. I live on the 3rd floor of a brownstone. It's a safe space, thick walls, double locks. I poured myself a glass of wine and ordered Thai food. I refused to look at the tablet, but curiosity is a disease. Around 11 p.m., after 2 glasses of Merlot, I pulled the tablet out. I needed to debug it. I needed to prove it was just picking up random noise and assigning words to it. That's what AI does. It hallucinates meaning where there is none. I sat on my sofa. My living room was lit only by the street lamps outside. I turned the tablet on. I opened Project Acheron. I pointed the camera at my white living room wall, a blank canvas, no patterns. The screen remained clear for a minute. Then a flicker. Ping. The wine makes his blood slow. I stared at the wall. Nothing. I looked at the screen. The text was anchored to the corner of the ceiling, right above the floor lamp. Ping. He brought the eye into the house. We have been waiting for an eye. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice trembling. The text didn't change based on my voice. The app didn't use a microphone. It used the camera. It was reading something. Ping. "We are the residents of the spaces between. We are the static." I stood up and panned the camera around the room. The living room was full of them. Not them, in a visual sense. I couldn't see monsters. But the screen was filled with text boxes. They were floating on the sofa, standing by the window, hanging from the ceiling fan. Hungry, cold, touches hair. Look at the skin. It is soft. There were dozens of distinct voices, represented by different spatial tags. I ran to the kitchen. I pointed the camera at the sink. "Drown." I pointed it at the knife block. "Cut." I dropped the tablet on the counter. It clattered loudly. I backed away, breathing hard. This was an elaborate prank. Someone had hacked the tablet. They were watching me through the camera and typing these things. That had to be it. A hacker. Void Walker Dynatine. I grabbed a piece of duct tape from my junk drawer and taped over the camera lens. "Ha!" I said, my voice cracking. "Try seeing now." I looked at the screen. It was black, obviously, because the lens was covered, but the text boxes appeared anyway. Ping. "You cannot blind the algorithm, Thomas. It does not see light. It sees the waveform of reality." It used my name. I didn't sleep that night. I locked myself in the bathroom with the lights on. I left the tablet in the kitchen. The next morning, Saturday, I decided to go to the source. I needed to find the developer. I went to the forum where I downloaded the app. The thread was gone. Deleted. I searched the user Void Walker 999. I found one result. A cached news article from a local paper in Oregon, dated 4 years ago. Local programmer missing. Police find disturbing setup in basement. The article detailed the disappearance of a man named Eric Vance. He was a brilliant coder who had become obsessed with instrumental transcommunication, ITC, the idea of using technology to talk to spirits. Police found his basement filled with servers, cameras, and microphones running 24/7, but Eric was gone. There was no body, just a final entry in his digital log that read, "I have compiled the code. I am going to upload myself. I sat in the coffee shop, reading this on my phone, feeling nausea roll over me if the code was him or opened by him. I went back to my apartment. I had to destroy the tablet. It was the bridge. When I unlocked my door, the air in the apartment felt heavy. It felt pressurized like the cabin of an airplane. I walked into the kitchen. The tablet was where I left it, but the tape was gone. I had taped the lens. I remembered doing it. I remembered the texture of the silver duct tape. The tape was peeled off, crumpled into a ball, and sitting next to the device. I picked up the tablet. The battery was at 1%. The app was open. The screen was pointing at me. There was only one text box on the screen now. It was large. It was red. And it was hovering directly over my own chest in the image. "You are a vessel. We fit inside." I smashed the tablet. I didn't hesitate. I took a meat tenderizer from the drawer and I brought it down on the screen until it was nothing but glass dust and twisted metal. I threw the debris into a trash bag and took it to the dumpster outside. I felt better. I felt like I had excised a tumor. I spent the rest of the day out of the house. I went to a movie. I walked in the park. I needed noise. I needed life. I came home at 10 p.m. I sat on my couch. I turned on my smart TV to watch Netflix. The TV screen flickered. It wasn't the Netflix logo. It was the camera feed. My smart TV has a built-in camera for gesture control and Skype. I never use it. I forgot it was even there. The image on the massive 65-inch screen was my living room, grainy and low light, and sitting on the couch, staring at the TV was me, and standing behind the couch were the words. They weren't just text boxes anymore. The text was clustering. It was forming shapes. Thousands of tiny words: hate, envy, cold, take, skin, were swarming together like bees to form a silhouette. A tall human-shaped silhouette made entirely of green text, standing directly behind my head. I couldn't move. I stared at the TV. The text figure raised a hand. The hand was made of the word reach, repeated 1,000 times. It reached down toward my head on the screen. On the TV, I saw the figure touch me. In reality, I felt it. It felt like a bucket of ice water was poured down my spine, but it went deeper. It felt like freezing fingers pushing through my scalp into the gray matter of my brain. I screamed and threw the remote at the TV. The screen cracked, but the image didn't die. The figure made of words leaned closer to my ear on the screen. New text appeared, massive, scrolling across the bottom like a breaking news ticker. "We do not need the device anymore. We have learned the pathway." I ran out of the apartment, down the stairs, into the street. I'm writing this from a 24-hour diner 3 blocks away. I have been here for 6 hours. The waitress thinks I'm homeless. Maybe I am. I can't go back there. But the terrifying thing isn't the apartment. It's my eyes. About an hour ago, I blinked, and when I opened my eyes for a split second, I didn't see the diner menu. I saw text, overlaying the waitress's face, in faint, glowing green letters. "She is tired. She has a weak heart." I looked at my coffee cup. "Poison. Slow. Caffeine." I looked at the window. They are gathering outside. It's not in the app anymore. It's in my optic nerve. The code uploaded itself to me. I am the new interface, and the silence. The silence isn't silent anymore. I can hear them reading the text. I can hear 1,000 whispering voices narrating the world around me, judging it, hungry for it. The waitress is walking over to me now. I can see the text floating above her head. "He knows too much. cut the feed. She's holding a coffee pot, but the text on the pot says, "Scald." She tripped. Hot coffee is everywhere. It burns. But as I'm screaming, I see the text appearing on my own burning arm. Pain is data. Uploading. I have to stop writing. My hands are starting to type things I'm not thinking. If you see a link for Project Acheron, don't click it. And if you're in a quiet room right now and you feel a sudden chill, don't look behind you, because now that I've told you about them, new user detected. Found you, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one, The House That Remembers. I am writing this from a borrowed laptop in a library in Duluth, Minnesota. I don't have a phone anymore. I don't have a car. I walked here in the snow wearing boots that aren't mine. If you're reading this and you see a listing on Airbnb for a secluded historic manor in the Blackwoods with a host named Mrs. Gable, do not book it. Do not even look at the photos. The photos are a lie, but not in the way you think. The photos show the house as it wants to be seen. They don't show what it keeps in the walls. My name is Sarah. I'm a freelance photographer, or I was. I specialize in architectural photography, abandoned places, ruins, the kind of decay porn that gets likes on Instagram. I was broke, my camera gear was pawned, and I needed a gig. When I got the email from a private client offering me $5,000 to document a family estate before it was demolished, I jumped at it. The client, a lawyer named Mr. Sterling, was vague. "The house has history," he said on the phone. His voice was tinny, like he was speaking from inside a metal box. "The family wants a record of it. Every room, every corner, but you must do it at night. The lighting is specific." "At night?" I asked. "Yes, the house wakes up at night. The architecture changes with the shadows. It's an aesthetic choice." I agreed. I rented a car, bought back my camera, and drove north. The house was located at the end of a long, overgrown driveway that wound through a forest of dead birch trees. They looked like white bones sticking out of the earth. The house itself was a monstrosity. It was Victorian, but wrong. The angles were too sharp. The windows were too narrow, like squinting eyes. It was painted a color that might have been blue once, but had rotted into a bruised purple. Mr. Sterling wasn't there. He had left a key under the mat, a heavy iron key that felt cold enough to burn my skin. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The smell hit me first. It wasn't mold or dust. It smelled like dried flowers and old perfume, masking something underneath, something like raw meat left in the sun. The interior was pristine, dust-free. The furniture was draped in white sheets. The mirrors were covered with black cloth. I set up my gear in the foyer. It was 8 p.m. The sun was setting, casting long, bloody shadows across the floorboards. I started shooting. Click, flash, whir. The first hour was normal. I moved from room to room, the library, the dining hall, the parlor. The house was beautiful in a grotesque way. The wallpaper was patterned with intricate vines that looked like arteries. The chandeliers were made of crystal drops that resembled tears. But as midnight approached, the house changed. I was in the kitchen. It was a large tiled room with a massive cast-iron stove. I was setting up my tripod to capture the stove when I heard it. Clink. It sounded like silverware hitting a plate. I froze. "Hello?" Silence. I looked around. The kitchen was empty. The drawers were closed. Clink. Scrape. It came from the dining room, the room I had just left. I grabbed my tripod, wielding it like a club, and walked slowly to the dining room doorway. The room was dark. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom. The table, which had been empty 10 minutes ago, was set. There were 4 place settings: fine china, crystal goblets, silver cutlery arranged perfectly, and in the center of the table there was a roast, a steaming hot roast beef, oozing red juices onto a silver platter. My breath caught in my throat. I was alone. I had locked the door. I walked closer. The heat from the meat hit my face. It was real. I raised my camera. I had to document this. Click! The flash illuminated the room for a split second. In that split second, I saw them. Seated at the 4 chairs were figures. They were translucent, like smoke caught in glass. A man, a woman, and 2 children. They were dressed in clothes from the 1900s, but their faces were blurred, smudged, like someone had taken an eraser to a pencil drawing. Where their eyes and mouths should be, there was just smooth gray skin. The flash died. Darkness returned. I shined my flashlight at the chairs. Empty. The food was still there. I backed away, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Okay," I whispered. "Prank. Someone is messing with me." I turned to run to the front door. It was gone. Where the front door had been, there was now a wall, a solid wall covered in the artery-patterned wallpaper. I touched it. It was cold and damp. It felt like skin. I ran to the windows. They were shuttered from the outside. I tried to lift the sash, painted shut. I smashed the glass with my tripod. Behind the glass there was no outside. There were bricks, a solid wall of bricks. I was sealed in. Then the whispering started. It came from the vents, from the floorboards, from the walls themselves. She sees us. She sees the dinner. Does she want a plate? She looks hungry. I ran up the stairs. Why? I don't know. Instinct. High ground. I barricaded myself in the master bedroom. It had a heavy oak door with a bolt lock. I slid the bolt home and pushed a dresser in front of it. I sat on the bed, shaking. I checked my photos on the camera's display screen. The photo of the dining room. In the picture, the chairs were empty, but the roast beef wasn't meat. It was a human head, a severed gray head on a platter, and it was screaming. I dropped the camera. It hit the floor and the lens shattered. I huddled in the corner. This isn't real. This isn't real. Knock, knock, knock. 3 polite taps on the bedroom door. "Room service," a voice called. It was a cheerful sing-song voice, a maid's voice. "Go away," I screamed. "But you didn't finish your dinner, miss," the voice said. "The master is offended." The doorknob rattled, slowly, then violently. The heavy dresser began to slide across the floor. Something with immense strength was pushing the door open. I looked around the room. There was a fireplace, a chimney. It was my only way out. I grabbed the fire poker and ran to the hearth. I looked up. It was dark, narrow, and smelled of soot. The bedroom door splintered. A hand reached through. It was gray, elongated, with fingers that had too many joints. I climbed into the fireplace. I pulled myself up onto the smoke shelf. I heard the door smash open. I heard heavy, wet footsteps enter the room. "Where is the little mouse?" a deep, guttural voice growled. "She went up the chimney, sir," the maid's voice giggled. "Smoke her out," the deep voice said. I heard the strike of a match, then the whoosh of flames. Heat surged up the chimney. Smoke billowed around me. I coughed, my eyes burning. I climbed. I clawed at the rough bricks, tearing my fingernails. The heat was scorching the soles of my boots. I climbed until I saw stars. I pulled myself out onto the roof. I collapsed on the cold slate tiles, gasping for air. The smoke poured out of the chimney next to me, thick and black. I looked down. It was a 30-foot drop to the ground. But the ground was moving. The lawn wasn't grass, it was a sea of hands. Thousands of gray, spectral hands reaching up from the earth, grasping at the air. "Jump," they whispered. "Join us." I looked around the roof. There was a trellis on the side of the house, covered in dead vines. I crawled to it. I swung my legs over the edge. As I climbed down, I looked into the windows on the second floor. In every window, a face was watching me. The smudged faces, the eraser people, they were pressing against the glass, their featureless heads tracking my movement. And behind them, in the hallway, stood a tall shadow. It wore a top hat. It held a silver platter. I reached the ground. The spectral hands grabbed at my boots, but they were weak, misty. I kicked through them. I ran to my car. I fumbled for my keys. They were gone. I must have dropped them inside. I looked at the car. The tires were slashed, all 4 of them, and on the hood, scratched into the paint, were words, "Stay for dessert." I didn't stop. I ran into the woods. I ran until my lungs burned. I ran until the sun came up. I found a road. A truck driver picked me up. He didn't ask questions about the soot or the blood or the fact that I was crying hysterically. He dropped me off here in Duluth. I went to the police. I told them everything. They looked up the address I gave them. "Ma'am," the officer said gently, "there is no house at that location. That's the old Blackwood fire zone. A manor burned down there in 1922. Killed the whole family. They say the father went mad and poisoned them at dinner before setting the place alight." "I was there," I insisted. "I have photos." I reached for my camera bag. It was empty. The camera was gone. I had dropped it in the bedroom, but I found something else in the bag, a silver fork. It was heavy, tarnished antique silver, and engraved on the handle was a name, Sterling, the lawyer, the client. He wasn't a lawyer, he was one of them. I left the station. I pawned the fork for cash. That's how I'm surviving. But here is why I'm writing this. Here is why I am terrified. Yesterday, I bought a disposable camera to take photos for a new job listing I found. Landscape work, safe work. I developed the film at a 1-hour photo lab. The first 12 photos were just trees and lakes. But the last photo, I didn't take the last photo. It shows me, sleeping. In the motel room I stayed in last night, I'm asleep in the bed. And standing over me, looking down at my face, are the 4 smudged figures, the family, and in the corner of the room, reflected in the mirror, is the tall shadow with the top hat. He is holding a silver platter, and on the platter there is a camera lens. My broken camera lens. They followed me. They are not bound to the house. The house is just where they eat. And they are still hungry. I am leaving this laptop here. I am leaving this town. I don't know where I'm going. Somewhere crowded, somewhere bright. But I know it won't matter, because just now, as I was typing this, the librarian walked by. She smiled at me, but for a split second, her face blurred. Her eyes and mouth disappeared, leaving only smooth gray skin. And she whispered, in a voice that sounded like silverware on a plate, dinner is served.